While the major media fixates on the influence of foreign powers on American elections, a much more serious attack has been taking place right under our noses. Good old-fashioned, homegrown voter fraud. Let's look at 3 of the worst offenses. Example number 1, bloated voter rolls. In 244 counties across the United States, there are more registered voters than there are people legally eligible to vote. 29 states have counties with more registered voters than legal residents, and 8 states have more registered voters than actual voting age people. When the Supreme Court upheld Ohio's efforts to clean up its own voter rolls in 2018, the majority opinion cited Pew Center statistics. 24 million voter registrations in the United States are either invalid or significantly inaccurate. And nearly 3 million people are believed to be registered to vote in more than one state. These numbers have a shocking implication. It's very easy to exploit our voting system. During an undercover investigation, New York City detectives made 63 attempts to cast illegal ballots based on flawed voter rolls. They were successful 61 times. Similar investigations in other cities and other states produced the same dismal results. But phony voters on the rolls is just one threat to election integrity. Here's example number 2, ballot harvesting. In 2016, the state of California, one of the states with more registered voters than citizens, became the first state to legalize the practice of ballot solicitation. That is, the collection and delivery of ballots by third parties. With no trace of irony, this is called ballot harvesting. It works like this. In California, organizations with a clear political agenda are legally permitted to go to a location, say a nursing home or a church, and collect, literally harvest, ballots. The third party then transports these ballots to a polling place or an election office. This raises an obvious question. Once this third party collects the ballots, what's to stop them from changing them? Or from just throwing out the ones they don't like? A guilty conscience? How do we know ballot harvesters from Democratic organizations aren't destroying Republican ballots? Or Republican harvesters aren't destroying Democratic ballots? We don't. We have no way of knowing. Let's look at one specific example. On election night in 2018, California's Central Valley Republican Congressman David Valadao held a 5,000 vote lead over his challenger, Democrat T.J. Cox. The margin was wide enough that the networks even called the race for Valadao, the Republican incumbent. But wait, there were late ballots still to be delivered by the third-party vote harvesters. When those votes came in, they broke so overwhelmingly for Cox, in a historically conservative district no less, that Valadao's 5,000 vote victory became an 862 vote loss. Maybe that was just a coincidence. Or maybe not. In the first major election after ballot harvesting was allowed in California, Democrats won every single congressional seat in Orange County, which had been a Republican stronghold for decades. A year earlier, no sober person would have thought that possible. Voter corruption example number 3, voting by non-citizens. Should you have to be a citizen to vote? Silly question, right? It was once, not anymore. According to a recent poll, more than half of Democrats, 53%, support granting illegal immigrants the right to vote. Forget the legal ones. Democratic National Chair Tom Perez, before working for the Obama administration, worked for a group called Casa de Maryland, which has been a longtime advocate for expanding non-citizen voting rights. Yes, it's true that federal law prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections, but 11 states, all run by Democrats, currently allow non-citizen voting of some kind. Cities such as Chicago and San Francisco, for example, allow non-citizens to vote in certain citywide elections. Why? Because for progressives, demography is destiny, and many see illegal immigrants as future voters. So there you have it, 3 different ways to tamper with the vote. Bloated voter rolls, ballot harvesting, voting by non-citizens. These are just 3 ways in which the left creates a clear advantage for itself on Election Day. The major media will tell you that corrupt voting practices either don't exist or are so minor they don't matter. But to believe that, you have to believe 2 things. That voter registration rolls are accurate and secure from fraudulent registrations, and that no one is trying to manipulate the results for political purposes. Those are 2 very big leaps. Maybe you want to make those leaps because you like the results they produce. But if you care about free and fair elections, no matter which party you belong to, you need to pay attention. Or pretty soon, free and fair elections will be a quaint relic of the past. No foreign government can undermine our democracy, but Americans can, and some do. I'm Eric Eggers, investigative reporter for the Government Accountability Institute for Prager University.
This video was made possible through a generous donation from Bob and Ruth Reingold.
Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation. Is there a problem with universal mail-in balloting? Sounds simple enough. You fill out a ballot, stick it in the mail, somebody counts it on election day. In fact, we already do that with absentee ballots, right? So why would universal mail-in balloting be any different? Well, the biggest difference is that with absentee ballots, the voter specifically asks for a ballot. With universal mail-in balloting, ballots are mailed out en masse. Millions of people who would normally go to the polls vote by mail instead. No national election has ever been conducted this way. And there are very good reasons to be concerned that one ever should. Reason number 1, bureaucratic incompetence. I don't think I have to sell you on the idea that when the government bureaucracy takes on a big new project with little preparation, the results aren't pretty. We've seen those results as it relates to mail-in balloting already. Wisconsin was one of the first states to hold a primary in the coronavirus era. It saw an influx in mail-in votes as a result. Predictably, this led to serious snafus. Thousands of requested ballots were not sent. 1,600 ballots were found in a mail processing center the day after the election. 23,000 votes were rejected due to missing signatures or other missing information. And those are the mistakes we know about in just one state and in one primary election, when fewer people than in the general election typically bother to cast a vote. In Pennsylvania, where they delayed the date of their primary to get better prepared for the expected increase in mail-in balloting, they still couldn't handle the volume. Half of Philadelphia's votes were still uncounted a week after the election. In Virginia, more than 500,000 applications for ballots were mailed with incorrect information. Some of the applications went to the wrong addresses. Some went to dead voters. One even went to a pet. Under the best of circumstances, the bureaucracy struggles with mail-in balloting. Under less than the best of circumstances, that's not a scenario we want to face. Which brings us to reason number 2 for concern: shoddy security. Here's what the New York Times said about voting by mail in an article in 2012. Keep in mind, they were talking about traditional absentee balloting, not a mass mail-in of ballots. There is a bipartisan consensus that voting by mail, whatever its impact, is more easily abused than other forms. No kidding. In May 2020, New Jersey conducted its first ever all-mail election. 1 month later, 2 elected officials were among 4 charged with criminal conduct involving mail-in ballots. One operative confessed to stealing ballots, both completed and uncompleted, out of mailboxes. Other operatives compiled a database of signatures of prospective voters and then used them to fill out ballots on behalf of their preferred candidates. And we only know about it because they got caught. Election fraud only figures to get easier because of a new weapon in the cheater's arsenal: ballot harvesting. This is the term for when a third party, usually a campaign worker or activist, goes to people's homes and collects their ballots. With ballot harvesting, you don't even have to put your ballot in the mailbox. Vote harvesters will pick it up for you. The opportunities for mischief, say pressuring people to vote a certain way, destroying ballots, or filling out ballots for those who didn't bother to vote, are endless. Vote harvesting that targets senior citizens for their ballots even has its own name: granny farming. Reason number 3 to be concerned: the likelihood of long delays in determining final results. Americans are used to knowing who won and who lost within hours of the polls closing on Election Day. Of course, some close races take longer to sort out, but the longer it takes, the less legitimate an election seems. That is exactly what happened in the 2000 presidential election, Bush v. Gore. Then, the dispute was focused on a single state, Florida. It was finally settled by the Supreme Court over a month later. If we have a national election that relies heavily on mail-in voting, we're almost certain to see a significant delay before we get the final results. From the post office to the vote counters, The system is just not set up for it. In a close contest involving massive mail-in voting, lawsuits disputing the results are inevitable. This could delay final results even longer. And instead of involving a single state, it's likely to involve multiple states. This is a recipe for civil unrest as frustration and fear of a stolen election grips voters. Bureaucratic incompetence, shoddy security, long delays. These are just some of the concerns any reasonable person should have over universal mail-in balloting. What's the solution? Simple. If you need to vote absentee, request the ballot. Otherwise, vote like you always have, in person. I'm Eric Eggers, investigative reporter for the Government Accountability Institute for Prager University.
This video was made possible through a generous donation from Fritz and Glenda Corrigan.
Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Debates can make a big difference.
You're never going to have as many people watching your two candidates together in a presidential election as you're going to have on debate night.
And the campaigns can't control the debate the way they control everything else.
No matter what you do as a manager to get them ready for it, he's still got to step in the arena, and it's just two of them. And you don't know.
It's three agencies of government when I get there that are gone. Commerce, education, and the, what's the third one there? Let's see.
One brain freeze can end your campaign.
Commerce, and let's see.
Rick Perry was a serious contender until this debate.
Oops.
Forgetting's bad, and looking bad is bad. In the very first TV debate, Richard Nixon refused to put on makeup. It hurt him. Nixon later said,
"More important than what you say is how you look on television."
And so campaigns obsess over details. When Ronald Reagan debated Walter Mondale, Rollins and Beckel were the opposing campaign managers.
You remember the amount of time we spent debating the debate, all the logistics of it, how high the podiums were going to be,
How much
far
time?
apart? Oh, it was days.
Days?
Oh yeah, we had teams negotiating.
Like how many, time, where they are, hope,
color of the room.
how high.
What difference would it make to the candidate what color the room was?
Because in certain conditions and certain colors work for certain candidates.
Because Mondale was shorter than Reagan.
We wanted more distance between the two podiums. I remember we debated between 7.5 feet and 9 feet for it seemed like a day and a half.
The first debate came, and Reagan struggled.
2/3 of the defense budget pays for pay and salary, or pay and pension.
He looked a little tired, he looked a little ragged. The general observation was that they just spent too much time with a 70-some-odd-year-old guy trying to beat every factoid that they could into his brain.
People said, Reagan's too old for the office.
You already are the oldest president in history.
In the very next debate, Reagan was ready for that.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
He delivers the line, and there's a impish sense of humor that comes out, and you see the little curl in his lips, and he's making fun of himself, but you know he's delivered a great line. And Mondale can't help himself. He is simultaneously laughing and at the same time knowing, I've just been taken out to the cleaners.
I turned to the guy next to me, who was my deputy, and said, "This race is over."
Just from that?
Yeah, and I walked away. Didn't listen to the rest of it.
Most people only remember one thing about the 1988 vice presidential debate, what Senator Lloyd Bentsen said when Dan Quayle compared his experience to JFK's.
"Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy."
Years later in a debate, Al Gore walked up to Bush.
So Al Gore tries to come over and be the bully and get in his space. You remember the moment. Bush doesn't say anything. He just looks at him, smiles, gives him the head wink, and goes on.
And I believe I can.
That was it. It just absolutely devastating to Gore.
And you watching go, yes.
Yeah, we all revert to our junior high mentality. When our team scores, yeah.
What most people don't know is that Bush had been prepared.
Judd Gregg, who had played the role of Al Gore in the debate prep and had seen him pull this trick, so he had said to Bush, be prepared, he's going to come get in your face. And we all dismissed it at the time. But sure enough, it happened.
Which raises the question, how do candidates prepare? These two debate coaches showed me. Mark McKinnon and Brett O'Donnell prepped President Bush for debates. O'Donnell later coached Mitt Romney and Michelle Bachmann. The coaches spend hours trying to replicate debate moments.
You have the candidates stand in front of a podium like this as realistic as possible.
Yeah, you want just a strong bearing, erect near the podium. Look at Colin Powell. I mean, he just commands a podium. It's like this.
It's about, making sure that you fill the stage more than your opponent does.
The candidates practice debating stand-ins. For Obama, John Kerry's played Romney. Rob Portman plays Obama.
You never see videotape of this. You don't even see pictures.
No, there's a reason why. You don't want to show those vulnerable moments.
We don't want to give away any component to our prep.
In the 2000 campaign, one of McKinnon's secretaries gave Bush debate prep video to the Gore campaign.
The Gore campaign very smartly went right to the FBI.
And what happened to her?
She went to prison for a year.
What's so secret? I pretended to be a candidate.
Clear and simple, limited government.
You say limited government. What kind of limits are you talking about? Can you be specific about the cuts you're talking about?
Yes, I can list cuts.
Would you cut defense?
I would cut defense.
So you're soft on defense.
I knew how I should answer the questions, but under pressure, it's hard.
I'm just saying shrink it back to the Clinton days.
My instinct is to just answer the questions that are asked, but consultants say, don't.
You're still answering my questions, but most of the time, you want to be delivering your message.
They say Sarah Palin was good at that.
Governor Palin answered the questions in her debate on her terms.
Governor Palin, is that so?
That is not so, but because that's just a quick answer, I want to talk about, again, my record on energy.
She was able to pivot most of the questions onto ground that she was comfortable in handling the questions on.
They kept grilling me.
Do you believe college is stupid? Don't you think that saying college is stupid is an irresponsible remark to make?
No. For some people, college is stupid.
You just gave them some tape.
Now they're going to make a commercial of you saying college is stupid.
Don't vote for Stossel. He says
college is stupid.
College is stupid. Stossel. Bad for our kids. Bad for America.
Knowing that one bad debate moment can wreck your campaign makes candidates very careful. When Gerald Ford debated Jimmy Carter, there was a technical glitch.
The pool of broadcasters from Philadelphia have temporarily lost the audio.
Instead of leaving the stage to take a break, neither candidate moved.
David, we don't know what's happened. We're as much surprised by what's going on as you are.
Since one wasn't going to budge, the other didn't budge.
So they stood there like mannequins for almost half an hour.
The ultimate fear is making a mistake or that the other guy's going to look better, so they were frozen.
The first President Bush was criticized for looking at his watch too much during a debate.
He looked at his watch, so what?
It's a nonverbal clue that says, I want to get away from this situation as fast as possible.
And that hurt him.
He was widely viewed as losing that debate. It overran the message.
Al Gore was criticized after this debate for sighing while George Bush spoke.
Alaska. There's a lot of shut-in gas. State of Texas. That's what a governor gets. This is a major problem, Social Security.
And he looked like a doofus. He was castigated for this debate performance as a result. The next debate, Al Gore went the opposite direction and went out of his way to be docile and agreed with virtually everything Bush said.
The governor and I agree. I agree with Governor Bush, and I basically agree with Dick Cheney.
Embarrassing episodes like those are why candidates practice a lot.
These discussions go on for how long?
Hours. For most candidates, it is the most hated part of the campaign.
Does the candidate ever get mad?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
It's painful. It's not fun.
The candidates ever yell at you?
Yell, collapse, walk out.
But they all do it because practice builds confidence. And
the confident guy wins, not the guy who has the better answer.
Quite often, yeah.
I want to talk to you about the Electoral College and why it matters. All right, I know this doesn't sound like the most sensational topic of the day, but stay with me because I promise you it's one of the most important. To explain why requires a very brief civics review. The President and Vice President of the United States are not chosen by a nationwide popular vote of the American people. Rather, they are chosen by 538 electors. This process is spelled out in the United States Constitution. Why didn't the founders just make it easy and let the presidential candidate with the most votes claim victory? Why did they create, and why do we continue to need this electoral college? The answer is critical to understanding not only the electoral college, but also America. The founders had no intention of creating a pure majority rule democracy. They knew from careful study of history what most have forgotten today or never learned. Pure democracies do not work. They implode. Democracy has been colorfully described as two wolves and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. In a pure democracy, bare majorities can easily tyrannize the rest of a country. The founders wanted to avoid this at all costs. This is why we have three branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. It's why each state has 2 senators, no matter what its population, but also different numbers of representatives based entirely on population. It's why it takes a supermajority in Congress and 3/4 of the states to change the Constitution. And it's why we have the Electoral College. Here's how the Electoral College works. The presidential election happens in 2 phases. The first phase is purely democratic. We hold 51 popular elections every presidential election year, 1 in each state and 1 in D.C. On Election Day in 2012, you may have thought you were voting for Barack Obama or Mitt Romney, but you were really voting for a slate of presidential electors. In Rhode Island, for example, if you voted for Barack Obama, you voted for the state's 4 Democratic electors. If you voted for Mitt Romney, you were really voting for the state's 4 Republican electors. Part 2 of the election is held in December, and it is this December election among the state's 538 electors, not the November election, which officially determines the identity of the next president. At least 270 votes are needed to win. Why is this so important? Because the system encourages coalition building and national campaigning. In order to win, a candidate must have the support of many different types of voters from various parts of the country. Winning only the South or the Midwest is not good enough. You cannot win 270 electoral votes if only one part of the country is supporting you. But if winning were only about getting the most votes, a candidate might concentrate all of his efforts in the biggest cities or the biggest states. Why would that candidate care about what people in West Virginia or Iowa or Montana think? But you might ask, isn't the election really only about the so-called swing states? Actually, no. If nothing else, safe and swing states are constantly changing. California voted safely Republican as recently as 1988. Texas used to vote Democrat. Neither New Hampshire nor Virginia used to be swing states. Most people think that George W. Bush won the 2000 election because of Florida. Well, sort of. But he really won the election because he managed to flip one state which the Democrats thought was safe, West Virginia. Its 4 electoral votes turned out to be decisive. No political party can ignore any state for too long without suffering the consequences. Every state, and therefore every voter in every state, is important. The Electoral College also makes it harder to steal elections. Votes must be stolen in the right state in order to change the outcome of the Electoral College. With so many swing states, this is hard to predict and hard to do. But without the Electoral College, any vote stolen in any precinct in the country could affect the national outcome, even if that vote was easily stolen in the bluest California precinct or the reddest Texas one. The Electoral College is an ingenious method of selecting a president for a great, diverse republic such as our own. It protects against the tyranny of the majority, encourages coalition building, and discourages voter fraud. Our founders were proud of it. We can be too. I'm Tara Ross for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at PragerU.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
In every presidential election, only one question matters. Which candidate will get the 270 votes needed to win the Electoral College? Our founders so deeply feared a tyranny of the majority that they rejected the idea of a direct vote for president. That's why they created the Electoral College. For more than 2 centuries, it has encouraged coalition building, given a voice to both big and small states, and discouraged voter fraud. Unfortunately, there is now a well-financed, below-the-radar effort to do away with the Electoral College. It is called National Popular Vote, or NPV, and it wants to do exactly what the founders rejected: award the job of president to the person who gets the most votes nationally. Even if you agree with this goal, it's hard to agree with their method. Rather than amend the Constitution, which they have no chance of doing, NPV plans an end run around it. Here's what NPV does. It asks states to sign a contract to give their presidential electors to the winner of the national popular vote instead of the winner of the state's popular vote. What does that mean in practice? It means that if NPV had been in place in 2004, for example, when George W. Bush won the national vote, California's electoral votes would have gone to Bush, even though John Kerry won that state by 1.2 million votes. Can you imagine strongly Democratic California calmly awarding its electors to a Republican? Another problem with NPV's plan is that it robs states of their sovereignty. A key benefit of the Electoral College system is that it decentralizes control over the election. Currently, a presidential election is really 51 separate elections, one in each state and one in D.C. These 51 separate processes exist side by side in harmony. They do not and cannot interfere with each other. California's election code applies only to California and determines that state's electors. So a vote cast in Texas can never change the identity of a California elector. NPV would disrupt this careful balance. It would force all voters into one national election pool. Thus, a vote cast in Texas will always affect the outcome in California, and the existence of a different election code in Texas always has the potential to unfairly affect a voter in California. Why? Because state election codes can differ drastically. States have different rules about early voting, registering to vote, and qualifying for the ballot. They have different policies regarding felon voting. They have different triggers for recounts. Each and every one of these differences is an opportunity for someone, somewhere, to file a lawsuit claiming unfair treatment. Why should a voter in New York get more or less time to early vote than a voter in Florida? Why should a hanging Chad count in Florida but not in Ohio? The list of possible complaints is endless. And think of the opportunities for voter fraud if NPV is passed. Currently, an attempt to steal a presidential election requires phony ballots to appear or real ballots to disappear in the right state or combination of states, something that is very hard to anticipate. But with NPV, voter fraud anywhere can change the election results. No need to figure out which states you must swing. Just add or subtract the votes you need or don't want, wherever you can most easily get away with it. And finally, if NPV is adopted and winning is only about getting the most votes, a candidate might concentrate all of his efforts in the biggest cities or the biggest states. We could see the end of presidential candidates who care about the needs and concerns of people in smaller states or outside of big cities. Here's why all of this is of so much concern. NPV is more than halfway to its goal. NPV's contract will go into effect when states with a combined 270 electoral votes have signed. To date, NPV already has the support of 10 states plus D.C. Together, that's 165 electoral votes, leaving only 105 votes to go. It is time to stop this attempt to undo the way American presidents are elected, which will in turn undo America. The people behind NPV think they are wiser than every generation of Americans that preceded them. They aren't. I'm Tara Ross for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at PragerU.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
The delay in COVID-19 testing in the United States meant that for weeks, doctors and public health officials were flying blind about who was infected and the location of major outbreaks. As a result, they had little hope of containing the virus before it started spreading out of control. Why did the US fall behind almost every other country in this regard? It's a long-standing problem that's led to needless suffering and loss of life long before the coronavirus pandemic. But in this case, its impact is so high-profile and far-reaching that the episode could finally bring lasting reform.
Drastic measures being taken to try to contain the outbreak of a mysterious pneumonia-like virus.
The genetic sequence for COVID-19 was published on January 10th by Chinese scientists and uploaded to the National Institute of Health's website, allowing laboratories around the world to create their own diagnostic tests. German scientists had one within a week, and other countries and private labs quickly followed suit. The World Health Organization shipped 250,000 of the German version of the test to labs around the world. But the U.S. Center for Disease Control decided it needed to rely on its own version of the test, which would be certified by the Food and Drug Administration. But it wasn't ready until early February. February 6th and 7th, 90 tests were shipped to state public health labs around the country. But the kits had a technical flaw and needed to be returned to the CDC for testing. Meanwhile, the virus continued spreading. On February 4, the FDA said it would allow government-approved labs with high-complexity testing capabilities to create their own tests, provided they copy the CDC's approach and send all of their results to the agency's headquarters in Atlanta for verification. Former FDA Principal Deputy Commissioner Joshua Sharfstein told The New Yorker, "You certainly wouldn't want to say any lab can advertise a coronavirus test, because then it's going to be chaos. There's a lot of people who will sell things that may or may not work." Though well-intentioned, the rule became a stumbling block.
Every virus is a little different, but this is one of the most challenging ones, certainly I've seen in my lifetime.
Take the case of Alex Greninger, a doctor and researcher at the University of Washington, who sent in his application to create a coronavirus test via email. According to a report in GQ, he then learned that he also needed to submit a paper copy, and then another version burned to a compact disc, or loaded onto a drive and delivered to the FDA's Maryland headquarters. After he complied, according to a report in ProPublica, the FDA didn't approve his test right away. They asked him to make sure his test didn't cross-diagnose with SARS and MERS, other coronaviruses, which hadn't been seen in the US in years. His test was finally certified on February 29th, at which point the fatal outbreak in his home state of Washington was already underway. As the crisis worsened and the testing shortage drew headlines, the FDA simplified the process. But then on March 20th, they warned that they may shut down efforts to rapidly make available at-home testing kits on the grounds that they were unvetted and could be fraudulent. The first documented cases of COVID-19 in the US and South Korea were discovered around the same time, yet as of March 17, 1 out of 4,300 Americans had been tested. In South Korea, it's 1 out of 17. Had diagnostic tests for COVID-19 been available sooner, they would have helped public health officials isolate, quarantine, and provide medical supplies to areas of the US affected by the virus. How could this happen? This tragic testing delay has brought national attention to the FDA's long-standing, overly cautious approach to regulating American healthcare. To minimize risk, the agency has sacrificed speed, preventing doctors and patients from accessing the tools they need until it's too late. The agency's risk reduction over speed of approval goes back to the 1960s, when a sleeping pill called thalidomide marketed to pregnant women caused babies to die in utero or to be born with serious birth defects. The crisis was mostly contained to Europe because concerned FDA regulators had kept the untested drug out of the US.
The United States has the best and the most effective food and drug law of any country in the world.
In 1962, President Kennedy signed a landmark bill increasing the agency's oversight powers. It resulted in a culture of extreme caution that led to long approval times for experimental drugs and devices, keeping potentially life-saving tools out of the hands of patients. The beginning of the movement to relax those rules and rethink the trade-off between risk and speed in the FDA approval process began during the AIDS crisis of the 1980s. Gay rights activists were outraged that the FDA wouldn't quickly approve more experimental drugs like AZT, which blocks HIV's replication, or thalidomide, used to treat some of the wasting symptoms of AIDS. After lobbying and protests, including the 1988 shutdown of the FDA building, the administration slowly began to loosen its rules, leading to the approval of highly active antiretroviral therapy, or HAART, in 1996. Because of HAART, contracting HIV wasn't a death sentence anymore. Gay rights activism during the 1980s and 1990s created a framework for patient advocacy to people with life-threatening illnesses, leading to the Right to Try movement, which has allowed terminally ill patients to access experimental drugs and devices that are still undergoing FDA testing. The movement pushed the agency to streamline its own compassionate use program to help the same kinds of patients. But the COVID-19 testing debacle underscores the limits of those reforms. Once a full investigation comes out about the agency's failures, perhaps it will bring fundamental reform, at last giving Americans rapid access to potentially life-saving tools.
Some governors are still refusing to take action to protect their own citizens.
The media keep insisting government must set stricter rules.
10 states have no stay-at-home orders.
Even some on Fox say it.
It is necessary to shut things down everywhere. And that includes Utah, Wyoming.
Wait a second, has he ever been to Wyoming? It's got so much open space. Why would the same rules apply here as in New York? It's creepy how some people are so eager to have authorities boss us around. Police departments now monitor people with drones.
This is the Volusia Sheriff's Office. Please adhere to social distancing guidelines.
Now some people are saying enough. These people are protesting North Carolina's stay-at-home order.
I feel that my rights have been completely removed.
On Twitter, the police declared protesting is a non-essential activity, and they arrested this woman. But wait a second, the Bill of Rights does say the American people have a right to peaceably assemble and petition the government.
All public and private gatherings of any size are prohibited.
Michigan's governor probably imposed the harshest rules.
Residents can no longer visit friends or relatives. Those who have more than one home banned from traveling between them.
No wonder people staged this protest against her rules.
They say it goes too far, takes away their rights, and in some cases is too arbitrary.
Arbitrary is how it looks. Big stores may stay open, but they must not sell certain things.
Big box stores will also have to close areas of the store that are dedicated to things like carpet or flooring, furniture, garden centers, plant nurseries, or paint.
But things like gardening and painting are activities that can be done far from other people. So is exercise. But watch out in California.
A paddleboarder is chased down by law enforcement for being out on the water at Malibu Beach.
This man was more than 6 feet from anyone, but police chased him down.
He cut him off!
And they punished him.
Yep, this paddleboarder was arrested.
In Encinitas, California, police gave $1,000 tickets to people watching the sunset. Yes, they were inside cars, not endangering anyone. That day, the police posted this video saying, "We go to work for you."
We're going to continue to be doing enforcement. We're dealing with the crisis at this point, and we want compliance from everybody because this is lives that we're trying to save.
But it's not clear that demanding total compliance is the best way to save lives.
In the Swedish city of Malmö, life appears to be carrying on almost as normal.
Sweden took a near opposite approach. Yes, they encourage older people to stay inside and tell sick people to stay home. They don't want hospitals overwhelmed. But otherwise, they let life happen.
In this street in Stockholm, there's not much evidence of social distancing.
Sweden's leaders don't think an extended shutdown is sustainable.
Closing schools, more stringent measures like that, closing borders. You cannot do that for months or years ahead. What we're doing in Sweden, we can continue to do for a long time, and I think that's going to prove to be very, very important in the long run.
Because a vaccine's probably more than a year away. Until then, the best protection is what epidemiologists call herd immunity, a critical mass of people who get the disease and then are resistant to it.
Herd immunity is the one thing that will eventually slow down the spread of this virus. Nothing else will slow it down in the long term.
The idea is that once enough people have gotten coronavirus, there'll be enough immunity to prevent future mass outbreaks and to protect the most vulnerable people. The jury's still out on Sweden's experiment. More than 1,000 Swedes have died, 5 times the deaths per capita as in neighboring Norway. But if Swedes acquire herd immunity, their death rate will be the first to drop. Other European countries have also concluded that lockdowns are not sustainable. Germany just freed retail stores from the lockdown. Denmark reopened classrooms. Norway's students will return in coming weeks. And Austria is reopening shops to people who wear masks on May 1st. That seems smarter than the absolute shutdown promoted by many American authorities.
If we see continued noncompliance, they'll wind up facing a misdemeanor charge, and DWP will step in and shut off their water and power.
Shut off their water? Let's be sensible about this. Politicians are supposed to serve us, not just boss us around. Hope you like these videos. We count on you to keep them going. If you'd like to help us make more, please press that button.
What are the 5 biggest issues facing blacks in America? Here's my list. Problem number 5, the victim mentality. Nothing holds someone back more than seeing himself as a victim. Why? Because the victim is not responsible for his situation. Everything is someone else's fault. And the victim sees little chance of improving his life. How can he get ahead if someone is holding him back? All this makes the victim unhappy, frustrated, and angry. This is how too many blacks see themselves, as victims. So much so that their victim status becomes their primary identity and their ruling ideology. I call it victimology. Unfortunately, many black churches preach this victimology. Many black parents pass it on to their children, inner city schools teach it to their students, and the black media reinforce it. Meanwhile, the NAACP and other black grievance groups fundraise on it. Problem number 4, lack of diversity. Blacks repeatedly demand an honest dialogue or debate about race. But how can there ever be an honest dialogue about race between blacks and whites when there is virtually no honest dialogue between blacks and blacks? It's hypocritical. And if a black doesn't think whites are ultimately responsible for black people's problems, they're labeled a sellout, Uncle Tom, or race traitor. As long as this type of groupthink exists, race reverence of the Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson type will continue to be celebrated, while independent black thinkers such as Professors Thomas Sowell and Walter Williams will be shunned. The honest race dialogue and debate that first has to happen is not between blacks and whites, but between blacks and blacks. We demand diversity from others, but need to practice it ourselves where it really matters, in thought, opinion, and even political affiliation. Problem number 3, urban terrorism. As just about everyone knows, but too few talk about publicly, in majority black cities, violent black-on-black crime is rampant. A Department of Justice study from 1980 through 2008 revealed that blacks accounted for almost half of the nation's homicide victims, 47.4%, and more than half of the offenders, 52.4%, all while being 13% of America's population. The Tuskegee Institute conducted a study of all known lynchings of blacks that occurred between 1882 through 1968. During this 86-year span, which is essentially the post-Civil War era up to the Civil Rights era, 3,446 blacks were reportedly lynched. Presently, black-on-black murder eclipses the number of blacks lynched over the course of 80 years, roughly every 6 months. Unbelievably, the culpability for this disproportionate amount of mayhem actually lies with a menacing 2 to 3% minority within the black populace. I call them urban terrorists. And since they're literally spawned from problem number 2, the black community protects them. Problem number 2, proliferation of baby mamas. The disintegration of the nuclear family has led to an astronomical increase of single-mother households. According to the Moynihan Report, in 1965, nearly 25% of black children were born to unwed mothers. The report's author, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, said this was a disaster in the making. He was, of course, vilified by so-called black leaders and their progressive allies. But he was right. Today, the out-of-wedlock birth rate is nearly 75% and even higher in some urban areas. To be clear, baby daddies share this responsibility with baby mamas. Yet, while baby daddies are blamed and rarely shown compassion, baby mamas are rarely blamed and receive both compassion and support. This lopsided dynamic and the previously listed pathologies stem directly from the number one problem facing the black community. Problem number 1, unquestioning allegiance to so-called progressive policies. Unwavering loyalty to progressive liberal policies is the primary reason these dire conditions persist. It both makes them possible and perpetuates them. It's no coincidence that progressivism is the common thread that binds predominantly black cities where single-parent homes, failing schools, rampant poverty, and crime predominate. Look at cities like Detroit, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. They've been run by progressive Democrats for decades. If their liberal policies were at all effective, these cities should have become models of economic growth and prosperity. Instead, they're models of dysfunction. By fostering and exploiting the victim mentality, discouraging self-examination, subsidizing baby mamas, and making excuses for black thugs, so-called progressive policies don't alleviate the problems that afflict the black community. They aggravate those problems. you may have noticed that racism did not make the list. Why not? It's simple. There will be no solution to the problems afflicting Black America until more Blacks recognize that the issues plaguing our community are ultimately self-inflicted. Does racism exist? Sure, but there are other problems far more serious. And waiting until there are no more races will mean waiting and making excuses forever. I'm Talib Starks for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
Woke white people, I'd like to ask you a favor. Please stop asking for forgiveness for your white privilege. You're not fooling anybody. You're not helping Black people or any other minority. And your public confessions don't make you look virtuous. They make you look disingenuous, which is a really nice way of saying fake, phony, and fraudulent. For starters, what is white privilege anyway? Because you're born with white skin, you have all these advantages that I don't have? Like what? Like you can get a mortgage loan that I can't get? I got a loan. At a great rate, by the way, and I got the house. Why would a banker not give a loan to someone who met the loan requirements? He doesn't want to make money? I've never heard of such a banker. Or how about this? You can enter a store and not be looked upon with suspicion, but I, a Black person, cannot, except that has never happened to me. But if I was a young dude with my pants hanging down to my butt, I could understand why the store owner would be concerned. I used to be a cop. Believe me, I understand. If I owned a store, I'd be tracking that kid too, whether he was Black, white, or anything else. Or what if I had a store that had a history of being shoplifted by young Black women, and a young Black woman with a bad attitude walked in? Would I be suspicious? Yeah, I would. Who wouldn't? I call that common sense, not bigotry. But there's another way of looking at this. In many ways, in today's America, Blacks have more privilege than whites. It's been my experience that whites bent over backwards to give Blacks every possible advantage. If two people are equally qualified for a job, the Black person will usually get it. Big companies and prestigious universities fall all over one another trying to sign up talented Black people. If you deny this, you are denying reality, which is what the person who dreamed up this whole thing did. A professor of women's studies at Wellesley College by the name of Peggy McIntosh. She wrote in an article in 1988 about all the white privilege she thought she had. She listed 46, including this one. I can choose bandages and flesh color and have them more or less match my skin. Wow, that's some kind of privilege. Soon others took up the cause. Today, these so-called progressives dominate our colleges and universities, imposing this absurd notion of white privilege on their students. That's too bad because it does nothing good for white students, and it does nothing good for Black students. But of the two, ironically, the white students get the better of the deal. Let me explain. To acknowledge your white privilege is supposed to make you feel bad. Only it doesn't. It makes you feel good because by acknowledging your white privilege, you're declaring yourself to be enlightened. And as a virtue bonus, it also makes you a better person than those whites who don't acknowledge their privilege. White privilege, which is supposed to make you feel bad, ends up making you feel good. Meanwhile, the real damage is to Blacks. What makes whites feel good makes Blacks angry. More than 50 years after the civil rights movement, the message is, you're still oppressed. How can this not create a victim mentality? And anyone of any color who sees himself as a victim gets angry. Now, I wouldn't deny for a second that there are privileges in life. They're all over the place. There's two-parent family privilege. That's huge. There's being lucky to be born in America privilege. There's good gene privilege. But white privilege? Doesn't it depend on the person? Let's take this for example. A Black lawyer and his wife have a baby, and a meth addict, single white woman has a baby. Which kid has privilege? The white one? Because he's white? Come on now. And here's the kicker. Even if it were true, all those claims about white privilege, so what? Would it change a single thing I did? If white people apologize for being white, is that supposed to help me? In what way? So let's be real. White privilege is an attempt by the left to divide Americans by race. It's all theory and all nonsense. If you want to fall for it, go ahead. It's a free country. But don't try to sell it to me. I'm an American who deal with my fellow Americans one-on-one. Try it. It works. I'm Brandon Tatum for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Does the truth matter? Not to groups like Black Lives Matter. That's tragic for many reasons, not the least of which is that Black lives are being lost as a result. When it comes to the subject of American police, blacks, and the deadly use of force, here is what we know. A recent deadly force study by Washington State University researcher Lois James found that police officers were less likely to shoot unarmed black suspects than unarmed white or Hispanic ones in simulated threat scenarios. Harvard economics professor Roland Fryer analyzed more than 1,000 officer-involved shootings across the country. He concluded that there is zero evidence of racial bias in police shootings. In Houston, he found that blacks were 24% less likely than whites to be shot by officers, even though the suspects were armed or violent. Does the truth matter? An analysis of the Washington Post's police shooting database and of federal crime statistics reveals that fully 12% of all whites and Hispanics who die of homicide are killed by cops. By contrast, only 4% of black homicide victims are killed by cops. But isn't it a sign of bias that blacks make up 26% of police shooting victims, but only 13% of the national population? It is not, and common sense suggests why. Police shootings occur more frequently where officers confront armed or violently resisting suspects. Those suspects are disproportionately black. According to the most recent study by the Department of Justice, although blacks were only about 15% of the population in the 75 largest counties in the U.S., they were charged with 62% of all robberies, 57% of murders, and 45% of assaults. In New York City, blacks commit over 3/4 of all shootings, though they are only 23% of the city's population. Whites, by contrast, commit under 2% of all shootings in the city, though they are 34% of the population. New York's crime disparities are repeated in virtually every racially diverse city in America. The real problem facing inner-city black communities today is not the police, but criminals. In 2014, over 6,000 blacks were murdered, more than all white and Hispanic homicide victims combined. Who is killing them? Not the police and not white civilians, but other blacks. In fact, a police officer is 18.5 times more likely to be killed by a black male than an unarmed black male is to be killed by a police officer. If the police ended all use of lethal force tomorrow, it would have a negligible impact on the black death by homicide rate. In Chicago, through just the first 6.5 months of 2016, over 2,300 people were shot. That's a shooting an hour during some weekends. The vast majority of the victims were black. During this same period, the Chicago police shot 12 people, all armed and dangerous. That's 0.5% of all shootings. Does the truth matter? If it does, here's a truth worth pondering. There is no government agency more dedicated to the proposition that Black lives matter than the police. The proactive policing revolution that began in the mid-1990s has dramatically brought down the inner-city murder rate and saved tens of thousands of black lives. Unfortunately, that crime decline is now in jeopardy. As I write in my book, The War on Cops, police officers are backing off of proactive policing in black neighborhoods thanks to the false narrative that police officers are infected with homicidal bias. As a result, violent crime is going up. In cities with large black populations, homicides in 2015 rose anywhere from 54% in Washington, D.C. to 90% in Cleveland. Overall, in the nation's 56 largest cities, homicides in 2015 rose 17%, a nearly unprecedented one-year spike. Many law-abiding residents of high-crime areas beg the police to maintain order, precisely the type of policing that the ACLU, progressive politicians, and the Obama Justice Department denounce as racist. This is tragic because when the police refrain from proactive policing, Black lives are lost. Lost because of a myth. The best research and data reach this conclusion. There is no evidence that police are killing Blacks just because they're Black. You now have the truth. Does it matter? I'm Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
You've seen the videos, not just George Floyd, but Buffalo. The tasing in Atlanta. Why are so many cops abusing their power, sometimes killing people?
The problem is when you have cops who are repeat offenders.
Bradley Balco reports on police abuse.
And the system doesn't eject those cops, but protects them.
The cop who killed George Floyd
has had 18 complaints against him, but only faced discipline for 2.
Often, bad cops, even when their bosses know that they're bad, are never fired because union rules keep abusive cops on the street.
The job of a union is to protect the interest of its members, really at any cost.
This officers' union argued that he accidentally hit the woman on the left. He was merely trying to knock a drink out of her hand. He was fired, but his union quickly got him his job back.
The union has negotiated a contract that makes it nearly impossible to fire them.
This officer was fired for repeatedly
challenging a prisoner to a fight.
Let's take the cuffs off, all right? Yeah, let's take them off, let's take them off.
But then technicalities in his union's contract forced police to reinstate him twice. That's why some people say
there's a strong argument to be made that we need to get rid of police unions entirely.
This is the last time we're going to tell you.
It's particularly different in the public sector where the people who want to form a union are armed and are entrusted with the power to arrest and detain and kill.
But what about the cop side of the story?
Nobody talks about all the police officers that were killed in the last week.
Police have a tough job.
Jumping on this windshield.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Some officers were killed in the latest riots.
One woman hurling a Molotov cocktail at their police van.
When you ask a human being to go work in a police job, it's a difficult job for starters.
Larry Cosby runs America's biggest law enforcement association.
Why should there be police unions?
The unions are there for a reason. If you don't have these protections, then no one's going to want to be a police officer.
Actually,
there are places all over this country where there are no police unions. There's no shortage of police officers in those areas.
I asked Cosme why these Buffalo cops would do this.
They gave the person a lawful order. They gave him an order to stand back. He did not comply.
Once he was on the ground bleeding, why didn't they stop and attend to him?
They should have, but I'm not going to Monday morning quarterback them. I wasn't there.
How about this case where protesters blocked a police car?
Let me explain something to you. What those officers did, they were protecting themselves. These crowds are throwing bricks at them. You get into a state of panic because you're in your vehicle, you don't know what to do, you can't go forward, you can't go backwards, so you try to get out of the situation.
One study found that after unionization, officers were 40% more likely to use violence. All the violent cops you'll see in this video have union protection.
99.9% of the time, police officers do an outstanding job. When I was working, everybody was very professional. If I saw something out of the ordinary, I would call somebody out on it. The police need to police themselves.
But you don't. This stuff keeps happening. they're not held accountable, especially the unionized officers. They do it again and again. It gets erased from their records.
No, they are disciplined. You also have to protect these men and women also. They have rights, too.
Of course they do. But police unions protect bad cops. And they also make departments hard to manage. In crime-ridden Camden, New Jersey, police took so much sick time and family leave that nearly 30% of the force just didn't show up. So Camden fired all of them.
They sort of had to, destroy it in order to save it.
Murder went down in Camden after they got rid of the unionized force.
Yeah.
Things got better.
They did get better for the community, but if you look at the statistics of the department, 65 to 70% of the officers are now gone from that department.
So what if it's better for the community?
It may be better for the community temporarily, but at the end of the day, that costs taxpayers money.
Cost money, he says, because Camden had to train new cops. But Camden says it actually saved money. Officer costs were trimmed by $80,000. That allowed Camden to double the size of its force to near the highest police presence of any city. Today's protesters rarely complain about police unions.
Now people are saying, defund the police.
Look at these second and third world countries where they don't live in a civilized society, where the criminal and corrupt elements are taking over these countries. That's not what the majority of Americans want.
Studies do show that more police on the beat mean less crime. I want there to be cops around, but they should be police who are held responsible for their actions. If you like these videos, please help us make more. Press that button.
Overnight, Minneapolis on fire.
When Minneapolis burned after police killed George Floyd, people wondered, why would this happen in Minneapolis? This is a city where politicians do most everything the protesters say they want.
The crowd erupted in cheers as the council voted unanimously to move ahead with a $15 minimum wage.
If you wanted a poster child for the progressive movement, it would be Minneapolis.
Minnesota Senate candidate Jason Lewis.
This is the same city council that voted to abolish the police department.
The council, which has no Republicans, spends money on most every progressive idea.
Climate change resilience and 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions.
They applaud themselves for forcing businesses to give workers more time off. They push taxpayer-subsidized housing.
It took members less than 5 minutes to approve this ordinance.
They passed that higher minimum wage.
We have now won $15.
But despite all those progressive policies meant to make life more fair,
the Minneapolis income gap between whites and African Americans is the second worst in the country.
That confuses the media. Minneapolis had progressive policies, says the Washington Post, but its economy still left black families behind. They choose the word but. The word should be therefore. After all,
when you take away the incentive for work and savings and investment, you get less of it.
When government sends checks to people who don't work, more people don't work.
There's a sign behind you that says Waverly Job Center. You have any intention of going in to get a job?
Not looking for a job.
And guarantees like a higher minimum wage and forced family leave raise the cost of workers, which means some people never get hired.
In Minneapolis, we now recycle organics.
And the higher taxes to pay for all the programs mean some businesses never open.
I've been touring the businesses that were burned. They did not mention global warming, recycling, or the environment one single time. You know what they say? Give me low taxes and give me public order. If you don't have good schools, low taxes, and low crime, you're not going to have small businessmen and women investing their lifetime of savings to open a business.
A creative tax cut, creating more jobs.
That used to be the hallmark of the Democratic Party when John Kennedy used to talk about it.
Democrats did once argue that limited government would allow free people to create wealth.
Now it's some command and control economy, and quite frankly, they're not even shy about it in Minnesota. Ilhan Omar the other day said we need to abolish capitalism.
As long as our economy and political systems prioritize profit, we will perpetuate this inequality.
So we can have equal poverty for everybody.
She doesn't say she wants equal poverty. She thinks her ideas will lift everybody up.
Show us, Ilhan, where's it worked? And everything they're proposing hasn't worked, which is why we're talking about Minneapolis.
We raise our fists for the innocent Black lives subject to racial discrimination.
I think those disparities were caused by a long trail of historic racism.
Cam Gordon is a Minneapolis councilman. He wins elections here because he's in sync with local voters.
So you do have allies inside of government.
Gordon tweets things like,
"Time to end capitalism as we know it."
That would be good.
How would it be good?
We could have more democratic control of our resources.
Every alternative to capitalism brings stagnation and poverty.
And I think that we can take care of each other better so that we're actually looking out for the vulnerable and the needy, and also making sure that we have an opportunity to right the wrongs of the past.
We are demanding justice, not just for Floyd, but for a corrupt system.
Because racism has never been over.
Who didn't want justice for Mr. Floyd? There was unanimity from everybody. The Democrat county attorney got the policeman charged in 4 days, the fastest ever. What does that have to do with abolishing our economic system?
They would say economic freedom just means white people, insiders, get rich.
But when we had this economic engine going before the lockdown, the people gaining the most were at the bottom end of the wage scale. A rising tide truly lifts all boats.
he's right. In the past 50 years, while progressives attack profits,
feed the rich and feed the poor.
That pursuit of profit, capitalism, lifted more than 1 billion people around the world out of the misery of extreme poverty.
The problem with capitalism as we know it is there seems to be this idea that we have to have constant growth.
Growth works. Growth lifts many of the poor.
But it lifts the rich much faster.
So what if the rich get filthy rich? If the poor do better too?
Capitalism as we know it's got us the housing crisis right now, and it's got us climate change that's actually going to destroy the planet.
But your ideas are going to bring poverty and tyranny. They have again and again. Every time it's been tried. The idea.
What idea? Community-based economics?
These are families that are 42% black.
By community-based, he means the community will decide what everyone must be paid, what landlords may charge, even what grocery stores stock. Sure sounds like socialism to me.
When socialism fails, the apologists always say, we just didn't do it enough. We just didn't do it the right way. That's always been the case, and it's always failed.
Hope you like these videos. We count on you to keep them going. If you'd like to help us make more, please press that button.
We have predators on our streets.
How can he really be a progressive and want to lock these people up? And I'd say lock the SOBs up.
Increase the penalties. Increase them.
I would put the son of a gun in jail. Put them to death.
Hands up! Don't shoot!
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
I wish I could say that hate began with Donald Trump and will end with him. It didn't. And it won't.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck off!
During a week of protests, looting, and violence ignited by the murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer, Joe Biden pledged his support for meaningful criminal justice reform and doing more to prevent the mistreatment of African Americans by cops.
I call on the Congress to act this month on measures that will be the first step in this direction, starting with real police reform.
While Biden deserves praise for getting behind vital reforms as he campaigns for president in 2020, it's worth remembering that the former senator from Delaware is partly responsible for some of the worst aspects of today's criminal justice system.
It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street.
There are other measures to stop transferring weapons of war to police forces, improve oversight and accountability.
Let the FBI agents buy weapons as powerful as the drug cartels had. They're getting beat up.
The president might also want to open the U.S. Constitution once in a while. If he did, he'd find a thing called the First Amendment.
There's a thing called the First Amendment, which is read in a way that I think is a little excessive.
From the crack epidemic of the 80s to the crime wave of the 90s to the post-9/11 war on terror, throughout his career, Biden has represented the Democratic Party consensus, shifting his views to fit whatever best serves his own political career. Over his 44 years in the Senate and then as vice president, Biden was a leading architect of today's criminal justice system, which contributed to mass incarceration and the police misconduct that protesters are fighting back against today.
Biden crime bill, the Biden crime bill, the Biden crime bill. Hell, we've had crime bills coming out our ears.
Every major crime bill since 1976, every minor crime bill has had the name of the Democratic senator from the state of Delaware, Joe Biden.
You got a gun, you commit a felony, 10 years. We already have it 5 years. Minimum mandatory. Judge can't say, you know, you had it in your pocket, you never intended to use it, we're only going to give you 1 year. Judge has to say 5 years. Well, he wants to make it 10 or 20 or 60. We can work that out.
He wanted to remove judicial discretion for those who, quote, don't meet the middle-class criteria of susceptibility to rehabilitation.
They are beyond the pale, many of those people. They literally have not been socialized. They are in jail. Away from my mother, your husband, our families.
The Biden-Thurmond Violent Crime Control Act of 1991 would have increased the maximum sentence for 44 crimes to include the death penalty.
A wag in the newspaper recently wrote, Biden has made it a death penalty offense for everything but jaywalking.
Republicans one-upped Biden by adding 46 capital crimes.
I'm going to make it for 46 crimes. Biden says make it for 51. We're going to get tough.
So he proposed 53. Then he presented the final version of the legislation.
60 new death penalties, brand new, 60. There are 70 additional enhancements of penalties, i.e., you go to jail longer.
After his disastrous 1987 presidential campaign, Biden had staged his political comeback, in part by becoming a media darling on issues of policing and crime, and he led the fight to pass the landmark 1994 crime bill under Bill Clinton.
When I wrote the original bill that started this whole process, the so-called Biden crime bill, I didn't call a liberal confab and write it. I didn't call any big society people and write it. I called the cops. A Democratic president wants 100,000 cops. A Democratic president wants to build 125,000 new prison cells. That's the secret. That somehow the Republicans tried to make the crime bill tougher. I say poppycock. They didn't make anything tougher. I wrote that bill.
He convinced Republicans to support urban community programs as a way to keep inner-city kids away from respectable families.
I started looking at it and found out that this midnight basketball isn't getting them together a bunch of jive folks who are black, white, and Hispanic who live in the inner city to do, try to see if they can be Michael Jordan. When they found out, they were keeping schools open. So gangs come off streets instead of out raping my mother, marauding me, robbing the local store. They're in a gymnasium. And my daughter will be safer, my wife will be safer, my mother will be safer, and I will be safer. And I will be happy.
Never again should Washington put politics and party above law and order.
Along with several laws passed in the 80s, the 1994 crime bill drove up the local, state, and federal prison populations, and it tarnished the reputations of Biden and Bill Clinton, who signed it into law.
Hey, Clinton, you didn't want to take pictures of our people here. We're still in jail for what you did.
When Biden ran for president in 2008, he told the New York Times that he knew more people would be locked up across the board, but that it would drive down crime. In fact, crime rates were already falling when Biden pushed for the passage of the 94 crime bill, and they have continued falling as the prison population has declined in recent years.
You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. And in fact, I drafted the bill. We had enormous success.
The mass incarceration created by Biden's lock-em-up policies ripped apart vulnerable communities and families for a generation, and the federal funding streams and law enforcement infrastructure it created continue to hinder reform efforts.
There are things I would change, but by and large, what it really did, it restored American cities.
Go inside now! Get in the house!
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. No, I have no empathy for it. Give me a break. Because here's the deal, guys. We decided we were going to change the world, and we did. We did. We finished the civil rights movement to the first stage. The women's movement came to being. So my message is, get involved. There's no place to hide.
I'll do my job and I will take responsibility. I won't blame others. I won't traffic in fear and division. I won't fan the flames of hate. I'll seek to heal the racial wounds that have long plagued our country, not use them for political gain.
Over the last 400 years, what power has done the most to spread the ideals of limited government, an independent judiciary, certain inalienable rights, and free markets? That power would be the British Empire. It was Britain that gave these ideals to the United States. It was the British Empire, the largest empire the world has ever known, which made these ideals global aspirations. It was the British Empire, along with America, that defended these ideals in two colossal world wars. Freedom was an Englishman's right, and wherever he went, he took that right with him, whether he was an English colonist in America, governing himself through a locally elected assembly, or an English adventurer like Sir Stamford Raffles, creating the free market city-state of Singapore, or an English officer like T.E. Lawrence, leading Arab tribesmen against the Turks. The British always thought of themselves as liberators, as bringers of freedom. The British believed the final and necessary justification of their empire was a moral one. The British kept the peace. They brought sound, honest administration. And they insisted that basic moral standards were honored. The British did not try to nation build in the way we think of it now. They were under no illusions about making Arabs or Afghans or Zulus into Englishmen. They were more than content to leave people alone, to let them be themselves, to govern them with the lightest possible hand. In American history, we remember this when we think of the British Empire's so-called benign neglect. We can see it throughout the history of the British Empire. Think about the vast territory of the Sudan. It was governed by 140 British civil servants. Even Gandhi praised the British Empire, paraphrasing Jefferson, saying that he believed that the best government was the government that governed least, and that he found that the British Empire guaranteed his freedom and governed him least of all. In the defense of freedom, the empire drew moral lines. No power did more to abolish slavery and the slave trade in the modern world than did the British Empire. The British Treasury spent enormous sums to liberate slaves and compensate slave owners in the Caribbean. The Royal Navy had as a primary duty the eradication of the slave trade, and in fact abolishing the slave trade became a major factor driving the expansion of the British Empire. The British enforced a Pax Britannica, putting down pirates, taming headhunters, and keeping the peace between previously warring tribes and religions. While respecting and often ruling through local leaders, the British still insisted on certain Judeo-Christian moral standards. They were not, in that respect, multiculturalists. They had a firm sense of right and wrong. When Sir Charles Napier was confronted by the practice of suttee, widow burning, in India, he told the Brahmin priests involved that he understood it was their custom. But the British had a custom too. They hanged men who burned women alive, and their goods were confiscated. So if the Brahmins insisted on continuing their tradition of widow burning, then he would insist on following his British tradition of hanging the murderers of widows. Widow burning in India soon ceased. But we don't have to dig far into history, into the abolition of slavery and widow burning, to find the British Empire on the side of moral right and freedom. We can think of events within our own lifetimes or those of our parents and grandparents. When we think of the two deadliest threats to freedom in the 20th century, we generally think of communism and Nazism. But how many remember that in 1940, after the Hitler-Stalin Pact and after the fall of France, one power, the British Empire, stood alone in mortal combat against the combined tyrannies of the world? Even where the British have merited criticism, as in Ireland, there is more to the imperial story. During negotiations to create the Irish Republic, for instance, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, who could speak Welsh, reminded the Irish nationalist and Gaelic extremist Eamon de Valera that the Celts never had a word for republic. It was an idea given to them by the English. This is our own history, too. If you love America, you should also love the power that gave us our sense of inalienable rights, rights traceable back to Magna Carta. It all started in America with the British Empire, a great liberty-loving empire. It is the empire's legacy, the English-speaking world, that remains the great global guardian of freedom today. I'm H.W. Crocker for Prager University. Thanks for watching. To keep our videos free, click here.
He was one of the most revered Americans of the 19th century. His story of personal triumph, humble origins to national prominence, is equal to or greater than that of Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, or Ulysses Grant. He never became a politician, but he spoke to presidents as an equal. His name is Frederick Douglass. Born a slave, Douglass never knew the exact date of his birth, never knew his father, never saw his mother after the age of 7. This wasn't uncommon at the time. Slave owners often made a point of separating families. Breaking family bonds increased dependence on the slave owner. Discipline was maintained through simple fear and destroying self-esteem. A slave could be punished for not working hard enough, but also for working too hard, or even for suggesting labor-saving ideas. Douglass experienced all of this and rebelled against it. As a teenager, he taught himself to read. This created a desire for freedom. When his owner discovered this disturbing development, he sent him to live with a local farmer, Edward Covey, who made extra money breaking the will of unruly slaves. Covey beat Douglass every week for 6 months, often for no reason. And it worked. Soon young Frederick gave up all hope of being free. "The dark night of slavery closed in upon me," he later wrote. That all changed one hot August day in 1835. When Covey struck him, Douglass fought back. Where he found the courage, he couldn't say. The two men struggled until Covey stumbled away, exhausted. Covey never laid a hand on Douglass again. The teenage slave had stood up for himself. He considered this the most important lesson of his life. Years later, he would tell this story when urging black men to enlist in the Union Army to fight the Confederacy. "You owe it to yourself," he said. "You will stand more erect and be less liable to insult. You will be defending your own liberty, honor, manhood, and self-respect." Douglass made his escape from slavery in 1838, slipping into the North disguised as a U.S. Navy sailor. At any point along the rail journey, his flimsy cover could have been blown. Displaying a confidence he didn't actually feel, he bluffed his way past suspicious conductors and runaway slave hunters. Once in the North, he joined the radical abolitionist movement and was quickly recognized as a powerful speaker and writer. The movement's leader, William Lloyd Garrison, burned the Constitution at his July 4th speeches. In Garrison's view, it legally protected slavery and was therefore irredeemable. But Douglass came to reject that. He believed that the Constitution was fundamentally opposed to slavery. Interpreted as it ought to be interpreted, Douglass said, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Not surprisingly, Douglas was a strong supporter of the Republican Party, the new anti-slavery party, and of the Union cause in the Civil War. Initially, he had his doubts about Abraham Lincoln. He didn't think Lincoln was truly committed to ending slavery. But he warmed up to the great emancipator as the conflict wore on. Lincoln, on the other hand, always admired Douglas. "Here comes my friend Douglas," Lincoln said when he saw him at his second inaugural in 1865. The Union victory ended slavery, but as the Democratic Party reestablished itself in the South in the 1870s and 80s, a new kind of racial oppression arose in the form of Jim Crow laws and, even worse, widespread lynching. This was a bitter pill for Douglas to swallow, but he never gave up the struggle and spent the last 3 decades of his life agitating for civil rights. Freedom, he was fond of saying, depended on 3 boxes: the ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box. For Douglas, it was self-evident that Black Americans, as citizens, were entitled to full freedom and full legal protection. At a speech in 1893, when white hecklers began booing him, Douglas set his speech aside and spoke extemporaneously. "There is no Negro problem," he roared. "The problem is whether the American people have honesty enough, loyalty enough, honor enough, patriotism enough to live up to their own Constitution." He also believed that true liberty would only come for Black Americans, as it comes for anyone, when they took full responsibility for their own fate. Ultimately, hard work and education would secure Blacks the rights they deserved. There can be no independence without a large share of self-dependence. This virtue cannot be bestowed. It must be developed from within, he declared in his most popular lecture, appropriately titled Self-Made Men. Douglas defended equality and freedom until the day he died. Literally, he passed away in 1895 on his way to a political convention. He had well understood the deep prejudice that existed, but he never accepted it as an inherent part of American culture. "My cause," he wrote, "was and is that of the Black man, not because he is Black, but because he is a man." I'm Timothy Sandifer, author of Frederick Douglass, Self-Made Man, for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Do you remember America? If you read about it in a history textbook, you probably learned about a land of oppression, racism, sexism, income inequality, police brutality, and imperial wars. Aside from that, it was a great place. That is how America is portrayed in most American high schools and colleges, in America's media, films, and by its progressive politicians. In the words of filmmaker Michael Moore, America is a nation founded on genocide, built on the backs of slaves, and maintained through the subjugation of women to second-class citizenship and economic disempowerment. Is that America's history? Is that who Americans were and are? George Orwell understood that the most effective way to destroy a people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. History is much more than a collection of facts. History, and our understanding of it, tells us who we are as a people in the same way your personal memories and experiences define and shape who you are. Wipe out your memory, and you wipe out your identity. When you raise a generation of Americans to hold their country's past in contempt by exaggerating America's faults and ignoring its triumphs, then they will have no respect for American institutions or the beliefs on which the nation is based. It hasn't always been this way. Until the last few decades, liberals and conservatives alike shared a common understanding of America's origins, its history, and its mission of spreading liberty within America and around the world. They recognized America as the country of the Pilgrims in Jamestown, of the self-evident truths of the Declaration of Independence, of the individual rights won through revolution and secured in the U.S. Constitution. This was the country of the frontier spirit and of almost unlimited possibilities, the country that paid for the sin of slavery with the carnage of its Civil War, of economic dynamism and endless invention, of unparalleled individual opportunity, and the country that defeated fascism and communism in the 20th century. Previous generations took all this for granted and reveled in it. So what changed? Starting in the 1960s, a new so-called progressive narrative took hold that sought not to uplift, inspire, and unite, but to demean, degrade, and divide. It sought to replace the pride of American achievement with shame. Ironically, this all happened while America was making extraordinary strides in civil rights, especially for minorities and women. But anything less than perfection, which can never exist given that every society is composed of flawed human beings, is now considered a total failure, and victims of the past are elevated as an indictment of the present. Along the way, all the classic American touchstones have been undermined. According to the progressive narrative, Christopher Columbus discovered America only to despoil it. The founders wrote the Constitution only to codify their ownership of slaves. The great captains of industry enriched themselves only by exploiting the poor. American traditions that were perfectly acceptable even a few years ago, pledging allegiance to the flag, singing the national anthem, even saying Merry Christmas, have been called into question, mocked, and sometimes banned. The outcome of this new, nonviolent civil war between those who hold America and its history in contempt and those who, without denying its flaws, revere America, will determine the future of the American experiment, the new history we will make. Is America a country that was built by slavery, or a country that overcame and abolished slavery at the cost of 600,000 lives? Is America a country of rampant discrimination, or an accepting people in active pursuit of a more perfect union? Is it a country of grinding exploitation, or a land of limitless opportunity? The time has come to choose. How will you remember America? I'm James Robbins, columnist for USA Today and author of Erasing America for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Once upon a time, every student of history, and that meant pretty much everyone with a high school education, knew this. The Democratic Party was the party of slavery and Jim Crow, and the Republican Party was the party of emancipation and racial integration. Democrats were the Confederacy, and Republicans were the Union. Jim Crow Democrats were dominant in the South, and socially tolerant Republicans were dominant in the North. But then, in the 1960s and 70s, everything supposedly flipped. Suddenly, the Republicans became the racists, and the Democrats became the champions of civil rights. Fabricated by left-leaning academic elites and journalists, the story went like this. Republicans couldn't win a national election by appealing to the better nature of the country. They could only win by appealing to the worst. Attributed to Richard Nixon, the media's all-purpose bad guy, this came to be known as the Southern Strategy. It was very simple. Win elections by winning the South. And to win the South, appeal to racists. So the Republicans, the party of Lincoln, were to now be labeled the party of rednecks. But this story of the two parties switching identities is a myth. In fact, it's three myths wrapped into one false narrative. Let's take a brief look at each myth in turn. Myth number one, in order to be competitive in the South, Republicans started to pander to white racists in the 1960s. Fact, Republicans actually became competitive in the South as early as 1928 when Republican Herbert Hoover won over 47% of the South's popular vote against Democrat Al Smith. In 1952, Republican President Dwight Eisenhower won the southern states of Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia. And in 1956, he picked up Louisiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia too. And that was after he supported the Supreme Court decision in Brown versus Board of Education that desegregated public schools, and after he sent the 101st Airborne to Little Rock Central High School to enforce integration. Myth number 2, Southern Democrats angry with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 switched parties. Fact, of the 21 Democratic senators who opposed the Civil Rights Act, just one became a Republican. The other 20 continued to be elected as Democrats or were replaced by other Democrats. On average, those 20 seats didn't go Republican for another 2.5 decades. Myth number 3, since the implementation of the Southern strategy, the Republicans have dominated the South. Fact, Richard Nixon, the man who is often credited with creating the Southern strategy, lost the Deep South in 1968. In contrast, Democrat Jimmy Carter nearly swept the region in 1976, 12 years after the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And in 1992, over 28 years later, Democrat Bill Clinton won Georgia, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia. The truth is, Republicans didn't hold a majority of Southern congressional seats until 1994, 30 years after the Civil Rights Act. As Kevin Williamson of National Review writes, if Southern rednecks ditched the Democrats because of a civil rights law passed in 1964, it is strange that they waited until the late 1980s and early 1990s to do so. They say things move slower in the South, but not that slow. So what really happened? Why does the South now vote overwhelmingly Republican? Because the South itself has changed. Its values have changed. The racism that once defined it doesn't anymore. Its values today are conservative ones, pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-small government. And here's the proof. Southern whites are far more likely to vote for a black conservative like Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina than a white liberal. In short, history has moved on. Like other regions of the country, the South votes values, not skin color. The myth of the Southern strategy is just the Democrats' excuse for losing the South, and yet another way to smear Republicans with the label racist. Don't buy it. I'm Carol Swain, professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt University for Prager University. Thanks for watching. To keep our videos free, click here.
If you had something really important to mail, would you head to the post office, which is run by the government and considered part of the public sector? Or would you go to a place like UPS or FedEx, which are private businesses? Politicians and the media often talk about the private and public sectors of our economy, but what's the difference, and which one is more effective? The private sector is made up of businesses or corporations owned by people. Private sector includes malls, grocery stores, and your local diner. To make a profit in the private sector, businesses must earn our money by offering us products and services that we want or need. When businesses have to compete for the same dollars, prices go down, because no one wants to pay twice as much for shoes at one store if you can get the same pair cheaper at another place. On the other hand, the public sector is not supported by profits, so it doesn't have to compete for our dollars. Instead, the public sector uses our tax dollars to fund its services, so we pay for these programs no matter how much or how little we use them. The government decides how our tax dollars should be spent in the public sector. This makes sense for some things. For example, you probably wouldn't want firefighters or police officers competing with one another for your business. In other cases, though, this means things cost more or service is worse. The U.S. Post Office has $100 billion in debt and is regularly bailed out with taxpayer money. And the Department of Motor Vehicles isn't usually known for fast, friendly service. In contrast, private companies know that if they offer poor customer service and don't make money, they'll go out of business. When comparing the private sector with the public sector, it's clear that the market-driven private sector is more efficient. When you don't have to be profitable or accountable, things tend to be more expensive and the service is worse. So when there's a choice between a private sector or the government service, think about the package you really need delivered.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. For more from informationstation.org, click here. For more PragerU videos, visit PragerU.com or click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
If you were born into London in the mid-18th century, if you survived childhood, in all likelihood you could expect to be impoverished, illiterate, and unhealthy, and to be surrounded by frequent hunger and disease, violence, and economic oppression. Within 100 years, however, those conditions that had reigned for the great mass of humankind since the dawn of history were transforming with breathtaking speed. The reason, as Peter Weiner and Arthur C. Brooks explain in Wealth and Justice, was the emergence of modern capitalism, the spread of free markets, and the extraordinary improvements in quality of life that economic growth unleashed. Historically, significant economic growth is the exception and not the rule. In the over 8 centuries, from 1000 to 1820 AD, the world's per capita income only increased 50%. But from 1820 to today, it has ballooned 800%. And the growth rates in Europe and the United States have been even more astonishing. We've seen 16 times greater growth in 2 centuries since the emergence of modern capitalism than in the 8 centuries previous. And this explosive economic growth brought equally remarkable improvements in medicine and technology, rights and justice, education and opportunity. Some today question the morality of capitalism itself, yet there's something profoundly morally meaningful in lifting billions around the globe out of grinding poverty and stimulating the development of medicines and technologies that eliminate diseases and provide clean water. Less government control also means more liberty for men and women to express their gifts, passions, and creativity. History demonstrates, too, that free markets bring not only economic liberties, but political and religious liberties and human rights. Capitalism focuses nations on commerce instead of armed conflict and connects people across the globe in an intricate web of economic relationships. Finally, because it pairs reward with effort, capitalism cultivates virtues such as industry and responsibility, self-reliance, and provision for family. But shouldn't governments force greater economic equality through redistribution of resources? Wouldn't that be biblical justice? Free markets do require legal structures to protect the vulnerable, but corruption springs not from capitalism, but from the human heart. And free markets provide mechanisms of transparency and accountability that expose corruption and punish injustice. The Bible upholds private property, uplifts the righteousness of many wealthy individuals, and exhorts charity as a voluntary act of love, not a form of government coercion. Flourishing markets create the conditions for development and generosity, for cheaper goods that make budgets go further, and for growth in employment and opportunity. In short, free markets have dramatically improved conditions for everyone around the globe and have done far more to help the poor than any redistributive scheme. Nourished by strong civic institutions and a thriving moral culture, capitalism nurtures democracy and liberty, human rights, and social flourishing. If you want wealth and justice, you should want free markets too.
The next time you hear someone complain about capitalism, consider this. The percentage of people living at starvation-level poverty has fallen 80% since 1970. Before then, more than 1 in 4 people around the world were living on $1 a day or less. Today, it's about 1 in 20. This is the greatest anti-poverty achievement in world history. So, how did this remarkable transformation come to pass? Was it the fabulous success of the United Nations? The generosity of U.S. foreign aid? The brilliant policies of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank? Stimulus spending? Government redistribution? No, it was none of those things. It was capitalism. Billions of souls around the world have been able to pull themselves out of poverty thanks to 5 incredible innovations: globalization, free trade, property rights, the rule of law, and entrepreneurship. Globalization means the ever-increasing ability to move goods, people, and ideas from one distant location to another. Free trade is open access to markets and people from all over the world with few, if any, barriers. Property rights is ensuring that what belongs to you can't be taken away on a whim by the state. The rule of law safeguards contracts, assuring that they will be respected and lived up to whether the deal is made in Peru or Poland. And entrepreneurship is the creativity of free people to dream up new products that we never knew we wanted or needed. It's worth noting that in places like East Asia, these 5 things were all made possible by the historic peace after World War II that resulted from America's global diplomatic and military presence. Let me put this in a slightly different way. The ideals of free enterprise and global leadership, central to capitalism and American conservatism, are responsible for the greatest reduction in human misery since mankind began its long climb from the swamp to the stars. This remarkable progress has been America's gift to the world. So, if these American conservative ideals have done so much to lift up the world's poor, you'd think conservative ideas would be gaining strength every single day, everywhere. And not just gaining strength among conservatives, but also among young idealists, immigrants, minorities, and advocates for the poor, all embracing the principles of free enterprise and unleashing its power on behalf of the vulnerable. But this hasn't happened. To the contrary, capitalism is struggling to attract new followers. Indeed, some believe it's destined to fade away, just as it has in much of Europe. According to a Harvard study, only 42% of young Americans 18 to 29 have a favorable view of capitalism. What explains this discrepancy between the incredible results of capitalism and its popularity? Why does capitalism get such a bad rap? One answer is simple. The defenders of free enterprise have done a terrible job of telling people how much good the system has done around the world. Capitalism has saved a couple billion people, and we have treated this miracle like a state secret. According to a 2013 survey, 84% of Americans are unaware of the progress made against poverty worldwide. Indeed, more than 2/3 think global hunger has actually gotten worse. This ignorance has consequences because there's no substitute for capitalism in the 5 innovations that make it work. Years of economic research tell us no other system comes close. Certainly not communism, not even socialism. You need a system that works while you sleep. One that creates the foundations of human prosperity without central planning or benevolent bureaucrats. More capitalism, more growth. The formula might seem deceptively simple, but it works. So how do we lift up the next billion? The answer should be clear. If you really want to help the poor, stand up for capitalism. I'm Arthur Brooks, president of the American Enterprise Institute for Prager University.
Hey, hope you enjoyed the video. Did you know PragerU is 100% fan-funded? We make videos for people like you because of the support of people like you. Click here to help out and help us keep knowledge free for everyone.
What's the best way to help poor people escape poverty? Progressives and conservatives have very different answers to this question. But before we explore those answers, let's agree on this. Both progressives and conservatives believe that the government has a moral obligation to help those who, through bad luck or unfortunate circumstances, can't help themselves. Here's what a conservative icon, Nobel Prize-winning economist Friedrich Hayek said on the subject. There is no reason why, in a society that has reached the general level of wealth ours has attained, the first kind of security should not be guaranteed to all. Some minimum of food, shelter, and clothing, sufficient to preserve health and the capacity to work. Whatever the media might tell you, there isn't a conservative out there who would not agree with Hayek's statement. As I've documented in my book, Who Really Cares? When it comes to philanthropy and charitable giving, conservatives actually outgive progressives by a lot. Where the two sides disagree is on the role the government plays, not in protecting the poor from poverty, but in lifting them out of it. Here's a disturbing piece of data. On balance, since President Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty programs came fully online in 1966, the poverty rate in America has hardly budged. That rate, as computed by the United States government, was 14.7% in 1966. And today, it's 13.5%. The rate has fluctuated a few points up and down over the decades. The net result is just 1 percentage point of progress. And this is after the government has spent over $20 trillion on poverty relief programs. $20 trillion, the current size of the U.S. debt. And the needle has barely moved. Now, it's true that the official poverty rate doesn't measure consumption. Certainly, poor people today have many more things than poor people did in 1970. Across all income levels, including the poor, Americans are likely to have cell phones, air conditioners, flat-screen TVs, computers, and a car. And life expectancy has lengthened considerably thanks to overall improvements in healthcare. But it demeans poor people to say that this material progress makes poverty less of a problem. Our goal should never be to merely make poverty less miserable for people. Our goal must be to make poverty more escapable. Many progressives offer a straightforward solution: more funding for poverty programs. They believe that we need to transfer more wealth through government taxation from people who have money to people who don't. This is the income inequality argument. Conservatives have a different answer: more opportunity. Conservatives define success by how few people need help from the government, not by how many people we can enroll in government programs. When they see 60% more people on food stamps after the recession than we had before it started, conservatives say, that's not success, that's failure. You see, conservatives believe that simply giving people money doesn't help them escape poverty. On the contrary, it can keep them locked into it. Getting things without working for them is a very hard habit to break, so much so that it can become a way of life. According to my research, earning your way out of poverty is much more empowering and enduring than being supported by a variety of government programs which do little more than maintain people in their poverty. This doesn't mean the government doesn't have a role to play. Indeed, wherever possible, the government and private charities should require people to work in exchange for social assistance. When we do this, we help people in two ways. First, through welfare, we're helping them meet their immediate material needs. And second, through work, we're helping them earn their own success, the key to a fulfilling and dignified life. Whether we're progressive or conservative, shouldn't that be what we want for our fellow citizens? I'm Arthur Brooks, president of the American Enterprise Institute for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
What's profit? And why is it so important to everyone, not just business owners and entrepreneurs? Here's a simple quiz. When you spend $100 on a new pair of shoes, does the shop owner get to keep that $100? The answer, of course, is no. The shop owner has to pay all of his business costs: employee salaries, inventory, rent, supplies, taxes, and a dozen other expenses. His profit is what's left over. It's his payment for the time and money he spent and the risks that he's taken to keep his business going. Thank goodness for profits. Profits motivate people to work hard for themselves and make life better for others. Take the example of Bill Gates. How did he become so wealthy? The answer is that he came up with something that millions of people so wanted and needed that they reached into their pockets to pay for it. His Windows operating system, Word software, and other Microsoft products. What's more, he produced these products in a way that efficiently used resources. And what motivated him, and just about every other successful entrepreneur, to work so hard? The answer is profits. Without the incentive of profits, why would anyone spend his savings, work countless hours, and take all the risks necessary to bring their product or service to the marketplace? There's a simple answer: they wouldn't. You don't have to make billions like Bill Gates. Take a Montana cattle rancher who goes out in the dead of winter, even in blizzards, to feed his cows, to keep them safe and care for them, making huge personal sacrifices so that New Yorkers can sit down to eat a nice steak. Why does the rancher do that? Do you think he does it because he loves New Yorkers? Of course not. The rancher tends to his cattle because he wants more for himself and his family. He wants profits. You can go to the supermarket any day of the week, and if you want steak, they have it. If you want potatoes, they have them. Sugar, salt, potato chips, strawberries, peanut butter, they have it. In fact, the average well-stocked supermarket in the United States has over 50,000 different items on its shelves. How does all that get there? It seems like magic, but it's not. Every one of those items is on the shelves thanks to one thing: profit. The same holds true for the device you're watching this video course on, whether it's a TV, a desktop or laptop computer, a smartphone, or a tablet, and for every component in those devices. They all exist as millions of other products we treasure and depend upon exist because of the profit motive. No profit, and it all goes away. Here's another reason the profit motive is so important. Ask yourself this question: which establishments do you tend to be most dissatisfied with? The answer is likely to be government agencies. Why? Because they don't operate for profit. So no one is rewarded for good work, and almost no one is ever punished for inferior work. And which establishments are you most satisfied with? The answer is likely to be the ones that operate on a for-profit basis. If I'm unhappy with, say, a department store like Macy's or Bloomingdale's because it's not providing me with the goods or services that I want, I can, in essence, fire that store by taking my business elsewhere. But consider a government agency like Department of Motor Vehicles or public schools. If I'm frustrated with their performance, I can't fire them because I don't have many alternatives. Business owners must please their customers or risk failure and bankruptcy. Government agencies risk nothing and therefore have to please no one. Am I saying we don't need government? That everything should be on a for-profit basis? Of course not. But what I am saying is that we should want as little government as possible. That's exactly what the founding fathers of our nation believed. They understood that the profit motive pushes people to do extraordinary things. Take that motivation away, and the world becomes a very different and darker place. I'm Walter Williams of George Mason University for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click here to sign up for free at PragerU.com for quizzes, contests, and prizes.
The right minimum wage, $0 and 0 cents. That was the headline of an editorial in one of America's most prestigious newspapers. Can you guess which one? The Wall Street Journal, perhaps. Right city, wrong paper. This editorial appeared in the New York Times in 1987. There's a virtual consensus among economists, the Times wrote, that the minimum wage is an idea whose time has passed. So economists and the liberal paper were on the same page, pun intended. Why? Because they understood that a minimum wage does not guarantee jobs. It guarantees only that those who get jobs will be paid at least that minimum. And that leads to two bad outcomes: unemployment and higher prices. I can best explain this by asking a simple question. What is a wage? A wage is the price of labor. Now, what happens if the price of labor rises not because workers have become more productive, not because a business must pay higher wages to hold on to valuable employees, but only because the government requires it? When the minimum wage rises, employers will adjust. They will use less labor. They'll fire current employees or cut back on their hours. They will also raise prices for their goods or services. These are undesirable consequences. But let's also consider another bad effect. Businesses will hire fewer workers, especially those with little or no job experience. Suppose you're young and haven't worked many jobs before. Maybe you've never had a job and are trying to land your first one. The work you can offer an employer may be worth only, say, $7 an hour. You agree? Yes. He agrees? Yes. And you have your first job. But what if the minimum wage set by the government is higher than $7? What if it's $10 or more? Well, you won't get the job. You may be willing to work for $7 an hour, but under minimum wage laws, it would be illegal for you to do so. This very point was made by Paul Samuelson, one of the leading economists of the 20th century and a prominent liberal. I paraphrase from his classic textbook, Economics. What good does it do a black youth to know that an employer must pay him a minimum wage if the fact that he must be paid that wage keeps him from getting a job? And that young person loses more than a paycheck. He also loses valuable work experience, learning to accept responsibility, dealing with a boss, getting along with coworkers, all the things that demonstrate to an employer that he made the right choice in hiring, and all the things that will help that young person get a better paying job down the road. Yes! A recent study found that in some cities, the unemployment rate for teens without a high school diploma approached 50%. Pricing these teens out of the labor market does them no favors. It's not doing the rest of society any favors either. Teenagers who can't find jobs often find trouble. Advocates of a higher minimum wage argue that while some young people might be priced out of the job market, this is outweighed by the fact that those who have minimum wage jobs will get a wage increase. But that doesn't mean they'd be better off. It's true that the government can force business owners to pay its minimum wage workers more per hour, but it can't force these business owners to pay them more per week. According to the Los Angeles Times, after Connecticut raised its minimum wage to $10.10 an hour, a 20-year-old woman who worked at a donut shop in Hartford was soon disappointed when her hours were cut from 35 per week to 27. Employers will look for other ways to cut costs. The Economic Policy Institute, a union-funded organization that pushes for higher minimum wages, admits this. Employers, they write on their website, may be able to absorb some of the costs of a wage increase through higher productivity, lower recruiting and training costs, decreased absenteeism, and increased worker morale. How would an employer get higher productivity? By working the employees harder. How would an employer cut training costs? By training them less. So let's summarize. Raising the minimum wage makes it harder for young and inexperienced workers to get jobs, to get on that crucial first rung of the employment ladder. And many of those who do benefit from a wage increase will likely find those benefits undone. They will work fewer hours, will work harder per hour, and will get less training. Sounds like the New York Times had it right back in 1987. I'm David Henderson, the editor of the Concise Encyclopedia of Economics for Prager University.
Join Prager University, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and sign up for free at PragerU.com.
Like the fair-minded progressive that I was, I thought a $15 minimum wage was an absolute good. Then I had a head-on collision with reality. It's a funny thing about reality. It just is. You can't wish it away. So here is my cautionary tale. For over 3 decades, I had a good job working as a server. I have worked in some amazing award-winning restaurants in Seattle. I enjoyed the work, met wonderful people, and I was making really good money. I wasn't making much per hour, that's true, but in my business, the magic is in tips. On a typical night, I would make on average $25 to $50 an hour. Believe me, I earned it. I took pride in my work. I wanted every dining experience to be a memorable one for my guests. I also loved my job for this reason. I had flexibility. I could plan my work schedule. That was very important to me because I had a growing son. It was a good life. Then, in 2015, the Seattle City Council raised the minimum wage from $9.47 to $15 an hour. A 58% hike. Great for the working stiff, right? Well, hang on, because here comes Mr. Reality. The business owner, the person who signs the checks, has to find a way to pay for this massive new expense. For Walmart or Microsoft or a large restaurant chain, this might not be a problem. For a local restaurant owner, it's a nightmare. Contrary to popular opinion, most restaurants don't have big profit margins. In fact, most are razor thin. Seattle restaurant owners, faced with this shock to their bottom line, raised prices, reworked their menus, and created new compensation models. Some did away with tips altogether, substituting a flat service charge as a way of navigating the climbing wage. That change in the tipping model caused a dent in my pocketbook. The rise in the wage did not cover the loss of tips. And, of course, they cut back on employee hours and support staff too. But for many establishments, none of these cost-saving measures worked. Restaurants, some that had been in business for decades, many family-owned, closed, including the ones I worked for. Good servers don't grow on trees, and I was able to score an interview at another amazing restaurant. Then, before I could even confirm the interview, that one closed too. Same reason. The $15 minimum wage cut their profits down to nothing. So let me add this up for you. I make a lot less money now than I did before Seattle decided to do what was supposedly in my best interest. I used to be able to pay my bills as they came due. Now it's a juggling act. I used to have enough money to support my son's extracurricular activities. Now I often just say no. Before the minimum wage increase, I had one job and worked 4 days a week. After the wage hike, I had 2 jobs and worked 6. With my skills and a tipping culture, I used to average 18 to 20% or more on any check. Now, instead of tips, I get a flat 14%, part of the 20% service charge the restaurant owner tacks on the bill. I still pride myself in providing good service, but the incentive to go the extra mile is gone. There is no way to maximize my income. And what's Seattle's answer to my problem? To raise the minimum wage again. The progressive idea is that you should be able to make a fair wage. But if you have no job or are working more for less, how is that fair? How is it fair to my friend who worked his way up from busboy to sommelier, the fancy name for the person who manages a restaurant's wine list? He lost his job when his restaurant closed due to the minimum wage increase. Or my former boss, who went from a cook to an owner and couldn't survive the double blow of the minimum wage law and the coronavirus. And it's not just a Seattle problem. In New York City, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour pushed the restaurant industry into a recession. To stay afloat, 75% of owners reduced employee hours and 47% eliminated jobs. San Francisco is in the same boat. Mandating minimum wage laws might be a winner for progressive politicians and ivory tower economists, but it's a loser for those of us who have to live with the consequences. Unless fair-minded people speak out, those consequences only figure to get worse as more states, and maybe even the federal government, succumb to the false promise of raising the minimum wage. I'm Simone Barron with the Full Service Workers Alliance for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Workers of the world, unite to protect your freedom. You have nothing to lose but your jobs, which is exactly what is happening in California and threatening to spread to the rest of the country. Just what we need, right? Fewer jobs and fewer people employed. Why is this happening? Exhibit A. Assembly Bill 5, or AB 5 as it's commonly known, passed by the California legislature in September of 2019. AB 5 was authored by a former union boss, Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez. The stated goal was to protect freelance workers from employers taking advantage of them. Instead, it has pushed thousands of these workers into the unemployment line. Here's why. Workers in the United States are classified as either employees or independent contractors, sometimes known as freelancers. Independent contractors are self-employed and contract their labor to one or more firms. The upsides to this arrangement are clear. Freelancers decide whom they work for, when, where, and how. They are their own boss. So then, what are employees? Employees typically work for one employer. In exchange, they're entitled to workplace benefits and protections that independent contractors are not, such as health care, time off, minimum wage, and unemployment insurance. We don't have to agree which kind of employment is better. Different people have different preferences. It's called choice. But some people, specifically unions and progressive politicians, are anti-choice. AB 5's author, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, disdains freelance work. These were never good jobs, she says. Oh, really? She might want to talk to some of the 2 million Californians or the 57 million Americans who freelance. 46% of those workers happen to be women. Of course, the AB 5 supporters would say the law is needed because companies, especially gig economy firms such as Uber and Lyft, willfully misclassify workers as freelancers to avoid providing benefits. Why not ask the workers themselves? Well, pollsters have. According to a McKinsey study, nearly 80% of gig workers say they're happier than those working traditional jobs. They love their freedom and also earn a good living. In fact, over 17 million freelancers quit their traditional job to freelance, and 2 out of 3 of them say they earn more now than before. For the majority, their new incomes outpace their previous salary within just 1 year. Half of the freelancers say they would not take a traditional job no matter how much they were offered. And in a survey of female gig workers, nearly 2 out of 3 women who have a side job prefer being independent contractors over being employees. AB 5 has already done damage. It has wiped out the livelihoods of many independent contractors and will limit new opportunities in the future. Freelance writers and journalists have been especially hurt. The law includes a provision making it illegal for them to produce more than 35 pieces of content in a year for a single company. Left-leaning Vox Media hailed the bill's passage as a victory for workers everywhere, then turned around and laid off 200 freelance writers rather than make them full-time employees. The rideshare industry estimates that AB 5 will increase their labor costs by 20 to 30%. As a result, rideshare companies may schedule drivers in advance and reduce the number of drivers during slow hours or in less busy markets. For customers, this means longer wait times, fewer available rides, and higher prices. For drivers, it means reduced flexibility and reduced income. It may also kill hundreds of thousands of jobs. From its inception, AB 5 was fundamentally flawed. Dozens of industries and trade groups lobbied for and won carve-outs before the bill was passed to ensure it didn't affect them. But special carve-outs are not the way to fix bad policy. That approach only rewards those who can afford to pay for special treatment and punishes those who can't. Legislative attempts to overturn AB 5 have failed. Not surprising given the influence the unions have over California politics. Court challenges have been filed and are ongoing, but legal action takes time, and hardships are immediate. This would all be bad enough if it were just a California problem. But New Jersey, New York, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Oregon are all considering AB 5-style legislation. Although AB 5 is positioned as progressive policy, there's nothing progressive about what it does. It's backward, not forward-looking. Flexibility, freedom, and opportunity is the bright future of the American worker, unless bad policies like AB 5 get in the way. I'm Patrice Onwuka, Senior Policy Analyst at the Independent Women's Forum for Prager University.
For more information on Independent Women's Forum, go to rwf.org/AB5.
Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
A hurricane hits your town and the power is out. Your child is diabetic and you need power to keep her insulin refrigerated. You're desperate. But perhaps you're in luck. I have an electrical generator that I'm willing to sell you, and you have the $800 that generators like mine typically cost. The only problem is, I don't want to sell it to you for $800. I want $1,300. Now, as it turns out, my offer would be illegal in a majority of U.S. states, about 34 of which have statutes that prohibit price gouging, a practice that's usually defined as raising prices on certain kinds of goods to an unfair or excessively high level during an emergency. So there's really no question about what the law would do to me if I made an offer like this to you. But even if the law is clear, the moral status of price gouging is not. Is price gouging always immoral? And whether it is or not, should it be illegal? Let's look at the question of morality first. Is asking $1,300 for the generator morally wrong? Of course, you'd rather buy it from me for $800, but there are 3 reasons why my charging a higher price isn't obviously wrong. First, remember, you don't have to buy it from me for $1,300. If that's more than you think the generator is worth, you're free to walk on by. If you do decide to pay, it's because you believe you're getting more value out of the generator than you do from the $1,300 you gave up for it. In other words, you're coming away from the deal with more than you gave up. Second, ask yourself what would happen if I did charge only $800 for the generator. Remember, you aren't the only person who needs electric power in this situation. If the price was lower, would the generator still have been there when you tried to buy it? Or would someone else have snatched it up before you ever had a chance? This leads directly to the third point, which is that high prices do more than just line sellers' pockets. They also affect how buyers and sellers behave. For buyers, high prices reduce demand and encourage conservation. They lead buyers to ask themselves whether they really need that generator or hotel room, or whether they can do without. And by doing so, they allow at least some of those resources to be conserved for other people who might need them more and therefore are willing to pay more. And for sellers, high prices encourage people to bring more goods to where they're needed. If generators can be bought in an area not affected by the hurricane for $800 and resold later for $1,300, that creates a profit incentive for people to bring generators from where they're less needed to where they're more needed, to get them to where they'll do more good for people who need them most. All of this leads to a surprising conclusion. Even someone who can't afford to pay $1,300 for a generator benefits from a system in which sellers are allowed to charge that price. That's because the profit motive that system creates encourages competition, which increases supply, and ultimately drives down prices to a more affordable level for everyone. Now, it's true that when price gouging is legal, some people won't be able to afford the higher prices that result. But ask yourself, what alternative institutions would do better? When price gouging is prohibited, goods usually go to whoever shows up first. If you care about distributive justice, is that really a better system? I think there are good reasons to doubt that price gouging is immoral. But suppose you're not convinced. Suppose you think price gouging is exploitative and wrong. Should it be illegal? The answer, even if we assume that price gouging is immoral, is almost certainly that it should not be illegal. If price gouging is wrong, it's because it hurts people in vulnerable situations. But then the last thing you want to do is hurt those vulnerable people even more. Remember, the only reason price gouging occurs is because a disaster causes demand for certain goods to go up or supply to go down, with the result that there isn't enough stuff to go around. Anti-gouging laws don't do anything to address this underlying shortage. In fact, they make it worse by destroying incentives for conservation and increased supply. So even if you think that price gouging is morally wrong and that merchants should refuse to engage in it, making it illegal doesn't make sense. It hurts the very people who need our help most.
A tax break to the rich.
Slashing taxes on the super rich?
Unfair, they say. The Republican tax plan favors rich people. And that's especially wrong because the super rich greedily take so much that other Americans have less. But is that true?
My goal in life is to be the best part of your day.
Jim Caruso's rich. He took over a bankrupt brewery and made it successful by creating a bunch of what I would think were absurd new craft beers like Blood Orange Ale.
At the end of the day, you can sit back and sip a beer and just appreciate the beauty of life.
Caruso now employs 100 people. His company's worth more than $50 million. Thanks to Flying Dog Brewery, he's now richer than most.
Millionaires and billionaires.
People on the left say
it's unfair. You will have unequal outcomes, and I would argue that it's possible we all benefit from that. For example, somebody decides that their pursuit of happiness means being a doctor. They spend 12 years in school, so I have an excellent doctor to serve me. Somebody else might want to be a world-class tattoo artist. These result in different outcomes for people.
On average, the doctor will make more money than the tattoo artist, but some Americans are 1,000 times richer than others.
The top 1% has earned 85% of all new income.
The top fraction of earners has just about half the assets in this country. This ticks people off. They view it as evil.
Think about it this way. Last year I saw that there were 1 billion Apple devices actively being used. And last month I saw that Apple was the first company to be worth $800 billion.
Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone.
I was curious, how much was Steve Jobs worth in 2011 when he passed away at too early of an age? $10 billion. I did some quick calculations, rough math.
Let's look at those calculations. Steve Jobs earned $10 billion, but Apple sold more than 2 billion devices. That means Jobs collected about $5 for every device. Certainly your cell phone is worth more to you than $5. It must be, because you willingly paid several $100s for this.
I think Steve might have been underpaid here. The feeling tends to be that somebody like Steve Jobs took something away from everybody else. But what did Steve Jobs take from us? He had this idea, wouldn't it be great to have 1,000 songs in your pocket? One of the most massively important tools for productivity and communication in life. So it's that zero-sum game mentality that somehow people who create stuff are taking it away from other people, and that's simply inaccurate. It's not a zero-sum game. They're creating stuff that didn't exist before.
They are creating stuff, and unless they collude with government, they can get rich only by making our lives better. I hope you'll share and like this video, and if you want to help us make more, click that button.
Why is socialism so popular? Less than 10 years ago, you couldn't refer to socialism in a positive way and hope to have a career in American politics. Socialism was referred to as the S word. Now it is affirmed either explicitly or implicitly by just about everyone on the left. And amazingly, given socialism's record of failure, the socialists seem to be gaining ground. Why? What makes socialism so attractive to so many? Socialism, according to its proponents, is more democratic and therefore more moral than capitalism. Leftist filmmaker Michael Moore explains it for us. Democratic socialism means everyone has a seat at the table and everybody gets a slice of the pie. The famed socialist writer Irving Howe wrote something similar in his 1982 autobiography. We believe that the democracy in our political life should also be extended deeply into economic life. The basic idea here is that socialism is vindicated through its roots in popular consent. If a majority of people working through their elected representatives declares something to be a public entitlement, say free college or free health care, then they are justified in extracting resources from those who create wealth to pay for it. As Nathan Robinson argues in his book, Why You Should Be a Socialist, the moral imperative is to place the economy under the control of the people. Sounds good, at least superficially, until you dig a bit below the surface. First, what direct control do the people really have over any government institution? What control do the British people have over the National Health Service? What control do Americans have over the Department of Motor Vehicles or the U.S. Post Office? The answer, of course, is none. Given its practical impossibility, genuine popular control over government institutions is a mirage. Second, what if 51% of Americans vote to confiscate the resources of a single person, say Bill Gates? Does that make it right? Under an authoritarian socialist government, a single dictator seizes the fruits of your labor. Everyone is against that. Under democratic socialism, a majority does. The end result is the same. You've been robbed. The fundamental problem with democratic socialism, however, is its assumption that in a free market system, the economy is not under the control of the people. This is exactly the opposite of how things work. Let me explain. Each of us are not only citizens, we are also consumers. These are overlapping categories. Every citizen is a consumer, and every consumer is also a citizen. The consumer, like the citizen, is a voter. As citizens, we vote once every 2 or 4 years. As consumers, we vote many times a day. The citizen votes with a ballot, which costs him nothing except the inconvenience of going to the polls. The consumer votes with his money, which costs him a lot, all the time and effort he put in to earn that money. Only a fraction of citizens are eligible to vote at the ballot box, but every consumer votes in the marketplace, even felons, even children. Illegal aliens cannot vote for political candidates, but they too vote with their money. Moreover, citizens participate in a system of representative democracy. Their views are filtered through the politicians who represent them. Consumers, by contrast, vote in a system of direct democracy. If you prefer an Audi to a Lexus or the Apple iPhone to the Samsung Galaxy, you don't have to elect some other guy to exercise these preferences. You do it directly yourself by paying for them. Here we see the secret of how those billionaires like Jeff Bezos got so rich. We made them rich. The inequality that socialists complain about is the result of popular mandate. Want fewer billionaires? Stop buying their stuff. Free markets work not through greed or exploitation, but by satisfying our wants. And the most successful entrepreneurs are those who anticipate our wants even before we have them. No one wrote Steve Jobs asking him to make a phone that took pictures, allowed people to text messages, and listen to music. He conceived it and built it before we knew we couldn't live without it. Market economies involve a level of popular participation and democratic consent that politics can only envy. We don't need to extend democracy from the political to the economic sphere. We already have it. And the moral grounding of free markets, just like that of our political system, is in the will of the people. In the latter case, a will expressed only on election day. In the former case, a will expressed deliberately, emphatically, constantly. We don't need socialism because we already have something more moral and more democratic. It's called capitalism. I'm Dinesh D'Souza for Prager University.
This video was made possible through a generous donation from Fred and Joyce Lucas.
Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Halima is an 11-year-old girl. She works in a Bangladeshi garment factory. She has to process Hanes underwear. She clips loose threads off 150 pairs per hour. She's paid 53 cents a day for her efforts. Are we doing something wrong by buying the products made with her labor? I'm Benjamin Powell. I direct the Free Market Institute at Texas Tech University, where I'm also an economics professor. I've spent over a decade studying sweatshops and child labor in poorer countries around the world. We feel bad when we buy products made with child labor. But most children who work in poorer countries don't work making us products. They work in agriculture or household services. It's only a small minority that work in manufacturing, and those manufacturing jobs tend to pay better than working in agriculture or services, and in the case of agriculture, injury rates are higher for children. When we stop buying products made with child labor, it doesn't cure their poverty, it just pushes more children into these other less desirable sectors of their economy. U.S. Senator Tom Harkin proposed banning imports from Bangladesh because they were made with child labor. In response, thousands of child employees got laid off. According to Paul Krugman, many of these became child prostitutes or starved. These are clearly worse alternatives. Many people think child labor doesn't exist because we have laws against it today. But when we were as poor as these countries are in the third world, we didn't have laws against child labor, and the laws we had weren't restrictions at all. It wasn't until 1938 that we had our first national anti-child labor law here in the United States. By then, our incomes were up over $10,000 per person in today's terms. But when we look around the world today, countries that have incomes of $10,000 don't have any child labor anyway. Children don't work because their parents are mean or stupid. They work because they're desperately poor and they need the meager income from the child to feed and clothe the family. As the process of economic development happens, incomes go up and children cease working, and then only later do countries adopt laws that prohibit child labor. If you want more children to go to school instead of work, donate money to a charity and pay children to go to school, because the reason they're working is that their families are so poor that they need that meager income to survive. The real cure for child labor is adopting institutions that support economic freedom, private property rights, and the rule of law. When that happens, the process of economic development occurs and child labor is ended all on its own.
Protecting ownership. If Marshall is entitled to anything, surely he's entitled not to have Taney break his legs. And yet, Taney can obtain a license to drive a car, even though that increases the risk that he might break Marshall's legs. So why shouldn't Marshall simply be able to forbid Taney to drive? Is Marshall entitled to his safety, or isn't he? The answer is that Marshall is indeed entitled to protection from Taney, but it is a further question just what the protection is that he's entitled to. Sometimes it makes sense to protect Marshall by forbidding Taney to do something risky, but in other cases, like this one, it makes more sense to find another way to protect Marshall while also allowing Taney to take some risks. This distinction between an entitlement and the protection of that entitlement is the distinction that Guido Calabresi and Douglas Melamed discuss in their essay, Property Rules, Liability Rules, and Inalienability. And that title refers to the three types of protection that they classify. Let's look at property rule protections and liability rule protections. If Marshall's entitlement to safety is protected with a property rule, then Taney can do something that's risky for Marshall only if he can somehow obtain Marshall's permission to do it. All kinds of ordinary entitlements are protected this way. Suppose Taney wants to own Marshall's bicycle. In other words, Taney wants to transfer the entitlement to the bicycle from Marshall to himself. If Marshall's entitlement is protected by a property rule, then Taney can have Marshall's bicycle only if he pays whatever price Marshall will accept. Liability rules are different. If Marshall's entitlement to safety is protected with a liability rule, then Taney might be allowed to do something risky on the understanding that if he actually harms Marshall, he shall owe Marshall whatever compensation a court may decide. This is the rule that makes it possible for Taney to obtain a driver's license, for instance. So one main difference between property and liability protections is that property protections give Marshall the right to forbid Taney to do the things Marshall is protected from. Liability protections do not give Marshall that right. The other main difference is that with property rules, Marshall will give up his entitlement only at a price of his own choosing. With a liability rule, Marshall has to give up his entitlement at a price of the law's choosing. When Taney gets a license to drive a car, Marshall's entitlement to safety is protected with a liability rule. And that's a better arrangement for everyone than protecting him with a property rule. If Marshall were protected with a property rule instead, he could refuse to allow Taney to drive without first obtaining his permission. You can just imagine how costly it would be for Taney to go through negotiations with all the marshals out there. Actually, the transaction costs would be so great that driving would be impossible. And along with it, all the good things that vehicular travel and transport make possible. So the liability rule is not just better for Taney, it's actually better for Marshall too. That is what liability rules do. They create the permission to do things that bother others, when that permission is what everybody would agree to if they could afford the transactions necessary to come to an agreement. But if liability rule protections are so useful, why are there also property rule protections? One reason is that with property rules, entitlements can move from one person to another by means of the price system. In other words, they move by bargaining, and so the entitlements end up in the hands of the people who most value them when bargaining isn't too costly. Another reason is that this way of changing entitlements saves on the administrative costs associated with courts and lawmakers. Property rule protections also keep decisions about the entitlements in the hands of people who will have to live with the consequences of those decisions, for better or worse, and who know firsthand what their preferences are. And keep in mind that an entitlement is a right to say no, and there can be tremendous value in being able to say no with finality, regardless of whether some third-party decision maker would prefer that you say yes instead. These forms of entitlement protection each have their upsides and downsides. So the key to determining how to protect an entitlement is the often delicate task of getting that balance right.
The U.S. government subsidizes businesses in all sorts of ways, including grants, tax breaks, protectionism, and regulation. A favorite way to subsidize businesses, though, is through loans and loan guarantees. But when the government acts like an investment bank to help some businesses, it harms other businesses and places taxpayers at risk. Many federal agencies loan out money or guarantee loans. The businesses that receive this financing benefit, as do their customers. But of course, this puts taxpayer money at risk. The U.S. government finances billions of dollars in aircraft purchases. That allows airlines to better afford the jets. But what happens if the customer goes bankrupt? Well, the taxpayer picks up the tab. Something just like this happened after the Energy Department in 2009 guaranteed a large loan to a solar company in California.
I'm really happy, along with the Secretary, to announce today that we've closed a $535 million loan guarantee for Solyndra, more than $500 million.
Things soon turned south and Solyndra went bankrupt, leaving taxpayers with the tab. Similarly, when government-sponsored housing financiers Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac went under in 2008, taxpayers bailed them out. Defenders of these programs, though, argue that government can absorb these costs and that most of these taxpayer-backed finance programs, quote, turn a profit.
EXIM makes money for taxpayers. That's not corporate welfare.
But even when they're not sticking taxpayers with the tab, government creates other victims when it acts as a bank or a venture capital firm. Most obviously, when a government subsidizes a company, it's hurting that company's competitors. Delta Airlines, for instance, was harmed when the U.S. Export-Import Bank financed foreign airlines. EXIM does this in order to help the airlines buy Boeing jets and General Electric engines.
EXIM's support of Boeing means that it supports our competitors. EXIM's support for Emirates provides them with a subsidy of about $20 million in aircraft. And that kind of subsidy, that level of impact, has an impact on Delta's ability to compete with Emirates.
And that's not the only way the Export-Import Bank creates victims. When EXIM subsidizes foreign buyers, that increases demand for what they're buying. Increased demand means increased prices for the U.S. buyers who don't get the same subsidy. This is a matter of basic economics. As trade economist Steven Saranovich writes, when a large exporting country implements an export subsidy, it will cause an increase in the price of the good on the domestic market and a decrease in the price in the rest of the world. Sometimes, instead of making direct loans, government gives guarantees to the loans made by regular banks. In that case, the government is choosing who gets the loan. This creates another victim. The borrower who would have gotten the loan if Uncle Sam hadn't propped up its own favored borrower with a guarantee. This is why economists agree that such government financing, quote, merely shifts production among sectors within the economy, but does not add to the overall level of economic activity. The final victim is the entire U.S. economy. When the government is the lender or is directing lenders through guarantees, money goes to the politically favored businesses instead of the most economically promising. That harms economic efficiency, especially because politicians aren't exactly the best at figuring out where economic promise lies.
As you can see, if you build a better solar panel, the world will beat a path to your door. Building a smarter solar panel is exactly what Solyndra has done.
So while government financing helps some lenders, manufacturers, and foreign buyers, it creates many victims. U.S. taxpayers bear the risk for this lending. American companies who compete against subsidized companies become at a disadvantage. U.S. consumers suffer as subsidized buyers bid up the price of goods. And U.S. businessmen who don't have access to Uncle Sam's backing find it harder to get financing. And the U.S. economy as a whole suffers as politicians, instead of market players, allocate financing around the economy. It's just one more example. Every time the government tries to pick an economic winner, it creates economic losers. These are the victims of cronyism. American companies that make stuff have to compete with foreign companies that make the same stuff, such as sugar, cars, lumber, or steel. Those foreign producers often have lower costs, and so in an effort to protect U.S. producers, our government often institutes protectionist policies, such as quotas or tariffs. But as always, when government picks winners, it also creates losers, and plenty of those victims are right here in America. The most obvious victim of protectionism is the U.S. consumer who pays higher prices for the things she buys. The federal sugar program, for instance, places quotas on how much sugar Americans can import without facing a high tariff. The quota reduces the supply of sugar, thus increasing the price of sugar. That's why sugar prices in the U.S. are constantly higher than the prices in the rest of the world. Sometimes they are 2 or 3 times the world price. If Americans import too much sugar, our government slaps a tariff on the excess. This cost largely gets passed on to the consumer. Politicians will say that jobs in the sugar industry are worth you paying a bit more for a bag of sugar.
In Deep South Texas, we're proud of our sugar corporation, our sugar mill, and the jobs they support. Our existing sugar policy levels the playing field for American producers in the ever-volatile world of the sugar market.
But protectionism has costs that we don't always see. While the U.S. imports more than $2 billion in goods each year, only about half of that are what we call final goods, the sort of thing you and I might buy at a store, such as sneakers or a car. The other half are inputs. These include capital equipment and intermediate goods. For instance, raw sugar imports are an input into the final good, which is candy.
Here at Enstrom Candies, sugar is very important to us. It's one of our main ingredients. You know, without it, we'd really seriously be out of luck.
I was able to put 3 kids through college because of the job I have with Enstrom's. To ever lose this company, I just can't even imagine.
Be working somewhere for 8 years and then going and trying to find another job. My family would be in big trouble.
It's still a frustration to us that we pay twice the price for sugar in the United States as the rest of the world pays.
The world price for raw sugar is less than 12 cents a pound. Thanks to protectionism, the U.S. price is more than 26 cents a pound. That makes it hard for Enstrom Candies to make a profit. This is why in 2003, our sugar quotas helped drive a Lifesavers plant out of Holland, Michigan into Canada, where sugar would be cheaper. A candy maker can try to raise its prices, which would in turn affect American grocers, ice cream parlors, and their customers. But because so many candy bars are made overseas, a price hike might not be possible.
It affects mom and pop companies like us that can't afford to go abroad to create the candy.
That's why, in order to stay in business, Lifesavers had to move to Canada, which wasn't good for the people of Holland, Michigan.
The Holland Lifesavers plant was very important to the community. The day they announced that closing, I was in my office. They basically told us that it was too costly to continue operations at the Lifesavers plant in Holland due to sugar prices. Well, first of all, it was a complete blindside. Nobody had any clue whatsoever. We were all out of a job. All these families were just out of jobs. And I really didn't know what I was going to do. I was scared.
So these quotas and tariffs that are supposed to protect American jobs in one industry end up costing jobs in another. The same thing happens in every industry.
Today's action sends a clear message that
This president and our entire administration are determined to put American jobs and American workers first.
But those steel and aluminum tariffs raise costs on U.S. manufacturers who use steel and aluminum. Again, all of these costs get passed along to the consumer. Paying more for her car, her sugar, her can of soup, she has less left over for other expenses, which creates another hidden victim of protectionism: the businesses where she can't spend money. Finally, protectionism makes a victim of the whole U.S. economy. When quotas or tariffs make foreign goods unaffordable, Americans need to start producing those goods ourselves. That takes up resources, such as money, land, and labor, that would be better allocated to other purposes. In the case of sugar, protectionism turns swaths of the unique and irreplaceable Everglades into agricultural land, requiring massive fertilizer use and, in turn, causing damaging runoff. So of course government can help some domestic producers through protectionism, but it hurts everyone else, including consumers, the producers who use those imports, unrelated businesses that suffer when consumers have less money, and the U.S. economy as a whole. Every time government picks a winner, it also creates losers. These are the victims of cronyism. Enterprise and business are good. Competition and the pursuit of profit create countless benefits for workers, consumers, communities, and society as a whole. Some politicians take the wrong lesson from this, though, and decide that if business is good, government ought to subsidize it. This benefits the subsidized businesses and some of its neighbors, but as always, such handouts create plenty of victims. Federal, state, and local governments hand out billions of dollars every year in incentives such as grants, tax credits, and other subsidies. One business that politicians love to subsidize is sports arenas and stadiums.
We propose a state investment of $220 million to build a new arena.
Billionaire owners and sports leagues often demand these subsidies. Politicians also say these subsidies generate economic growth. But the money for these subsidies doesn't come from thin air. It comes from taxpayers. So instead of letting the owners and fans pay for the team, subsidies shift the cost to everyone, including the people who aren't watching the games. For instance, taxpayers in Illinois are still paying for old renovations made to the Bears Soldier Field, and for the White Sox subsidized stadium built in the 1980s. Meanwhile, Illinois is ranked as one of the worst states fiscally, with taxpayers constantly saddled with tax hikes. When stadiums get special tax credits, that shifts more burden onto the taxpayer. When they get cold hard cash, that also comes from the pockets of the taxpayer. This drain on government coffers also hurts the public by taking up money that could be used for public services, such as police, roads, and schools. And there are other, less obvious victims of these subsidies. Subsidies can drive taxpayer and consumer spending to the arena and its neighborhood, but it typically doesn't increase total entertainment spending in a metropolitan area. Instead, a new stadium draws entertainment spending away from other places, restaurants, movie theaters, bowling alleys, that are in other parts of town. And redistributing economic activity according to politics creates one more victim: the economy of the whole city. In a 2017 poll of economists, an overwhelming majority agreed, quote, providing state and local subsidies to build stadiums for professional sports teams is likely to cost the relevant taxpayers more than any local economic benefits that are generated. So, direct subsidies are great news for subsidized companies, but they harm many others. They lead to hikes on taxpayers. They drain resources from other public services such as police and schools. They put other businesses at a disadvantage. And they slow down the local economy as a whole. It's just one more example. Every time the government tries to pick an economic winner, it creates economic losers. These are the victims of cronyism. Regulation is supposed to exist to protect consumers, workers, or the environment. But some regulations mostly just protect existing businesses. From what? From competition. It's not rare to see businessmen embrace regulation. Why? Because regulations often serve as barriers to entry. Barriers to entry exist in most industries. The lower the barriers, the easier it is for new small businesses to come onto the scene. Regulations are a major barrier in many industries. When new rules pop up, established businesses are fine, but new businesses will find it very tough to get in. For instance, when food trucks started to blossom in cities around the country, politicians in places like Chicago, El Paso, or Grand Rapids passed or preserved regulations to limit the truck's ability to operate downtown. Some of the proposed rules directly involved food safety, but many rules were nakedly efforts to protect restaurants from competition.
We wanted this ordinance in place to help established restaurants keep their business.
That requirement was put in 2009 to address concerns of the fixed food establishment vendors who didn't think it would be good for a mobile to park right outside their business.
And there are two obvious victims to this sort of regulation. First are the customers.
I like the convenience of them, and I like that I can get different kinds of things. There are different cultures here. You can grab and go, but for DC, you can grab and sit anywhere you want.
Food trucks seem more ephemeral. It's temporary, so it feels like you want to go there while it's there.
It just feels good to be able to sit out here and enjoy a nice, good meal. I love it here. I love it.
Regulation leaves customers with fewer choices and higher prices. The more acute harm is accrued by the businesses regulated out of business.
Food truck business is not really new in this town, but still we don't have clear rules about food truck business. Some rules we don't know.
There's a lot of paperwork and tapes and stuff that you have to go through. Don't make it too hard on us because we really love doing what we're doing.
Overbearing regulation can kill a business, cut into its profits, or prevent it from expanding. For every business killed or curtailed by unnecessary regulation, there are a dozen more victims, businesses that never come to be. These are hidden victims of regulation. It's hard to count them because their businesses never failed, they were blocked from ever coming into being. But there's another victim, public safety. By killing competition, some regulations actually make the public less safe. Let's take an issue related to food trucks. The 2009 Federal Food Safety Modernization Act. This bill had the support of big food producers who could afford the costs.
And we have brought in industry which supports the bill. It will protect the American food industry, the processors, the manufacturers, and the growers against unfair competitions in places like China.
Small farmers, though, found the regulations too burdensome.
Every additional crop that we go to grow is more paperwork, is more time. We're not lawyers, we're farmers. We enjoy actually growing a crop, actually being in the field. I can't be expected as a small producer to do the same procedures as a multi-million-dollar facility. I'm not Driscoll's, I'm not Del Monte, I'm not Dole. If you're losing money year in and year out, it doesn't matter how much you enjoy it, you're not going to be doing it.
And here's the thing, by forcing out small players and driving consolidation in the food industry, these regulations can actually make food less safe. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have noted, quote, an increasingly centralized food supply means that a food contaminated in production can be rapidly shipped to many states, causing a widespread outbreak. All of the above costs of protective regulation add up to less choice for consumers, more costs to small businesses, less competition as some businesses are kept out, and more risk to the public. This adds up to slower economic growth. Thus, the fifth victim of this sort of regulation is the economy. So next time you hear someone say, this regulation is even supported by business, realize that it's supported by some businesses who are profiting at the expense of everyone else. And those are the victims of cronyism.
These days, all Americans are told, go to college.
A higher education is the single best investment.
But a new book, The Case Against Education, says this college push is a big mistake.
How many thousands of hours did you spend in classes studying subjects that you never thought about again?
Economist Brian Kaplan says most people who go to college shouldn't. I learned little in college. I like my friends and illegal drinking, but I slept through lectures. At least tuition then was $2,000. Now it's almost $50,000.
People usually just want to talk about the tuition, which is a big deal. But there's also all the years that people spend in school when they could have been doing something else. If you just take a look at the faces of the students, it's obvious that they're bored, and people are there primarily in order to get a good job.
Because a diploma is a signaling device for people with
no more brains than you have, but they have one thing you haven't got, a diploma.
The con man, who was the Wizard of Oz, hinted at the problem years ago.
Doctor of Thinkology.
Why'd you write this book? The Wizard of Oz already made the argument.
But almost no one seems to believe it.
College graduation has never been more valuable than it is today.
Education is my top priority, and by supporting this budget, you'll make it yours as well.
Meaning taxpayers must pay for it. All the politicians say, go to college. And there is evidence. The higher you go, the more money you make.
It's totally true that when people go and get more and better and fancier degrees, that their income generally goes up. But the reason why this is happening is not really that college is pouring tons of job skills into you. The reason is that it's impressive.
You aren't saying you, individual, don't go to college. You're saying we as a country are suckers to push it and subsidize it.
Exactly. Just because it is lucrative for an individual doesn't mean that it's a good idea for a country.
Because when most everyone goes to college, that just raises the bar.
Imagine that you're at a concert, everyone is sitting down, and you want to see better. What can you do? Well, you can stand up. All right, and of course, then you'll see better. Now, it does not follow, though, that if everyone stands up, everyone sees better.
You just block each other's views. The same thing has happened in education, says Kaplan. As more people got degrees, more employers insisted on degrees. The result isn't that graduates get better jobs. It's that employers require degrees for most every job.
There are so many jobs where it used to be crazy to think that you would need a college degree, like to be a waiter in a fancy restaurant, where now it would be very normal.
Of course, a college education's about more than getting a job. It's also about learning. But Kaplan says if students really wanted to learn, they would just do it.
If you want to go to Princeton, you don't have to apply. Just move to the town and start attending classes.
Nobody does that.
In people's bones, they realize that what really counts is that diploma.
Today, that's a taxpayer-subsidized diploma. And when you subsidize something, you get more of it. More students apply to college, so schools raise tuition. Tuition cost has risen at triple the rate of inflation. Schools use that money to attract more students and more tax money. Many compete by advertising luxury. They promote things like lobster dinners, fancy pools.
Students will come to us and say, this is what sealed the deal. It used to be reading, writing, and arithmetic. And well, we're now the fourth R, recreation.
600 colleges now have rock walls.
Give our Tigers spring break every time they step in to the student recreation complex.
This is a public school. Taxpayers fund that spring break. We also fund years of study in subjects unlikely to help students get jobs, like social justice, gender studies, multicultural studies.
So if you're doing computer science or electrical engineering, then you probably are actually learning a bunch of useful skills. But every year we graduate about twice as many psychology bachelor's degrees as we do engineering bachelor's degrees.
Of course, there's value in learning psychology, philosophy, literature. Many employers say they want liberal arts graduates.
It's technology married with liberal arts, married with the humanities, that yields us the result that makes our hearts sing.
It makes us better, wiser people.
But you can't assume that works. How many years of people's lives should they be made to study stuff when the odds that they'll ever appreciate it are 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000?
Maybe it makes our brains work better.
It's the kind of thing that you'd expect teachers to say, but there's a whole field of people who have actually studied this. Much as they want to believe that you're right, they generally come away after looking at a lot of evidence and saying, wow, actually, It's wishful thinking.
Although Kaplan calls college a scam, he says it's great for a few people. People like him.
I'm a tenured professor. Your audience may not realize how good of a gig this is, but a tenured professor cannot be fired for almost any reason. And you get a nice income and there are almost no demands upon your time.
You just have to teach 5 hours a week.
Well, there's people who consider that a horrible burden.
That's a scam that we're paying so much money for people like you to teach 5 hours.
Yeah, well, I'm a whistleblower.
The bottom line of the case against education?
Taxpayers ought to know that they're getting ripped off. Government has made a tremendous effort to make education accessible to everyone. And I say really what we need to do is to go back to a world where college is not so accessible, where it really distinguishes you. And in this way, people are going to be able to start their lives years earlier. The wisest solution, all things considered, would be if government just got out.
It would be good if government got out of a lot of things.
Hey, I've got a great investment idea for you. You give me $100,000 and 4 years of your life, and I give you, pretty much nothing. No, I'm not the devil. I'm Mr. College, and I'm here to help you finance this wonderful opportunity. I have a whole package of government loans and impressive sounding scholarships to make it all possible. Of course, you'll have to pay interest on the loans, which will double the cost over time, but that's a problem for future you, and need not concern us now. Do we have a deal?
Yes.
Of course we do. You want to succeed in life, don't you? How can you do that without a college degree? But that doesn't mean you can't have a good time. Are you a movie fan? We've got a degree for that. How about criminal justice? Be like one of the cool people on the TV detective shows. And we offer a whole selection of minority and gender studies programs. Learn why you're a victim and deserve to be angry all the time. What are you waiting for? Sign on the dotted line. Classes begin in the fall. Don't miss orientation, especially if you're male. You don't want to be parading your toxic masculinity around the campus. Definitely not cool. Sound crazy? I don't know why it should. Millions of college students make that deal every year, usually with their parents' encouragement and financial support. Now, don't get me wrong. I have nothing against going to college. I sincerely believe it can be a worthwhile pursuit under the right circumstances. If you want to be a doctor or an architect, for example, it's obviously a necessity. But look through the typical college syllabus, and it's clear that most of the majors, not to mention classes, are a waste of time and money. So why do responsible adults who only want the best for their children and are usually cautious with their hard-earned money squander it on such a bad investment? Worse, why would they send their son or daughter to a school to learn to reject the values they, the parents, hold dear? On what planet does that make sense? It doesn't. It's an old paradigm, and we need to break it before it breaks us. How do we do that? Here are 2 solutions that would go a long way to solving the problem. 1, ask yourself if you really need to go to college. Most of us go to college because it's simply expected that we do so. Our parents expect it. Our friends expect it. Plus, it sounds like fun, a rite of passage, an escape from mom and dad and all their rules. But none of that actually has anything to do with getting an education or earning a living after you leave college. Maybe you're not the academic type. What's wrong with that? Nothing. According to a Georgetown University study, there are 30 million jobs paying over $55,000 a year that don't require a college degree. Learn a skill like welding or plumbing or a dozen other trades, and you'll never be looking for a job. The jobs will be looking for you. We're talking $50 an hour or more, 6-figure income after 5 years, and no debt. Consider the military. You learn essential skills, and again, no debt. Or go into sales. You don't need a sociology degree for that. If you are going to college, then have a goal and a plan to achieve it. Your college journey will cost you and or your parents a boatload of money. What are you going to get in return? Choose your courses with a practical mindset. Stay away from the silly stuff. And if you really don't know why you're going to college, Consider answer 2. Delay college for a year or longer. If more graduating high school seniors would do this, not jump into college immediately after high school, college curriculums would improve, and nonsense like safe spaces would disappear. Why? Because students who had spent a year or longer in the real world wouldn't put up with it. Get a job, any job, for a year before starting college. What's the big rush anyway? 1 year isn't going to make a difference as to whether or not you succeed in life, but waiting tables or stacking boxes or whatever you do for a year will almost certainly change your attitude about a lot of things, like how hard it is to earn $1 and how easy it is for the government to take that dollar away. You will also develop a new appreciation for the privilege of going to college, and you'll be much more likely to be immune to the BS. Don't be a passive investor as a student or a parent. Your education is too expensive and too important to be left to Mr. College. He might have your money. Don't give him your mind. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder and president of Turning Point USA for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
In the town where I grew up in El Salvador, we had one school. It was old and run down. There weren't enough teachers. There weren't enough textbooks. But my mother was a determined woman, and she had a plan, an amazing plan. I and my siblings would not get our education in El Salvador. We would get it in America. So we left our home, our family, everything and everyone we had ever known. I guess you could say it was an extreme example of school choice. It was a miserable bus ride to California, long and hot, but we made it. That was the easy part. My mother barely spoke English. I spoke none. When I complained to her that it was too hard to learn in American schools, I didn't get much sympathy. We had reached the promised land, the promise of a good education, of unlimited opportunity. English, good English, was required. So I learned it. My mom made sure of that. With that kind of background, you can imagine that I put a premium on the education of my own children. So when my son approached first grade, I took a hard look at the government school in our neighborhood. I didn't like what I saw. Academic standards were low, discipline was lax. I saw no good future there for my son, but I didn't have the money for private school. I did some research. I found that my district offered something they call a fundamental school, kind of like a charter school, where they stress reading, writing, and math. The test results at this school were higher than at the government school. This was exactly what I wanted for my son. I wasn't the only one. Many other parents had come to the same conclusion. But there weren't enough slots at the school to meet the demand. The only way to get in was through a lottery. My son's education was going to be determined by a lottery? I was frustrated and angry, but I had no alternative. No choice. He didn't get in the first year, but he did in the second year. We got lucky. This didn't make me any less angry, though. I decided to do something with my anger. I decided I would run for school board and push for every parent to have a choice of schools for their children. It shouldn't be a matter of luck. I had no experience running for local office. I certainly wasn't a politician. I was just a mom with an issue. I guess that was enough because I won. But like my long bus ride from El Salvador years ago, that proved to be the easy part. The government school system was in worse shape than I thought. Enrollment was declining, but costs were going up. We had more teachers making more money, teaching fewer kids, with no test improvement to show for it. Why don't we try school choice? I suggested at a board meeting. Introduce competition, because competition almost always makes things better. This sounded like common sense to me. To the teachers' union, it was treason. First came the nasty emails, then the ugly tweets. When I wouldn't shut up, the union packed board meetings with their activists. They booed me, called me names you wouldn't believe. I was even physically threatened. All because I had made the case for school choice. When they couldn't intimidate me, they tried to get me thrown off the school board. When I decided to run for a second term, the union leaders declared war. They spent almost $250,000 against me in 2016, $250,000 for a seat on a local school board. But I won. Again, this time with more votes than any other candidate. And the reason is clear to me. Parents want good schools for their children. They want choice. And this got me thinking. Teachers have a union. Why not parents? So I started the parent union to give parents more of a voice. And now chapters are all over the state and in some of Southern California's toughest neighborhoods. It's a battle, but I'm confident we'll win. There are few forces stronger than a parent determined to get a good education for their child. I'm Cecilia Iglesias, President of the Parent Union for Prager University.
This video was made possible through a generous donation from Bob and Ruth Reingold.
Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Have you ever heard of unobtainium? It's the magical energy mineral found on the planet Pandora in the movie Avatar. It's a fantasy in a science fiction script. But environmentalists think they found it here on Earth in the form of wind and solar power. They think all the energy we need can be supplied by building enough wind and solar farms and enough batteries. The simple truth is that we can't, nor should we want to, not if our goal is to be good stewards of the planet. To understand why, consider some simple physics realities that aren't being talked about. All sources of energy have limits that can't be exceeded. The maximum rate at which the sun's photons can be converted to electrons is about 33%. Our best solar technology is at 26% efficiency. For wind, the maximum capture is 60%. Our best machines are at 45%. So we're pretty close to wind and solar limits. Despite PR claims about big gains coming, there just aren't any possible. And wind and solar only work when the wind blows and the sun shines, but we need energy all the time. The solution, we're told, is to use batteries. Again, physics and chemistry make this very hard to do. Consider the world's biggest battery factory, the one Tesla built in Nevada. It would take 500 years for that factory to make enough batteries to store just 1 day's worth of America's electricity needs. This helps explain why wind and solar currently still supply less than 3% of the world's energy, after 20 years and billions of dollars in subsidies. Putting aside the economics, if your motive is to protect the environment, you might want to rethink wind, solar, and batteries because, like all machines, they're built from non-renewable materials. Consider some sobering numbers. A single electric car battery weighs about half a ton. Fabricating one requires digging up, moving, and processing more than 250 tons of earth somewhere on the planet. Building a single 100-megawatt wind farm can power 75,000 homes requires some 30,000 tons of iron ore and 50,000 tons of concrete, as well as 900 tons of non-recyclable plastics for the huge blades. To get the same power from solar, the amount of cement, steel, and glass needed is 150% greater. Then there's the other minerals needed, including elements known as rare earth metals. With current plans, the world will need an incredible 200 to 2,000% increase in mining for elements such as cobalt, lithium, and dysprosium, to name just a few. Where is all this stuff going to come from? Massive new mining operations, almost none of it in America, some imported from places hostile to America, in some places we all want to protect. Australia's Institute for Sustainable Futures cautions that a global gold rush for energy materials will take miners into remote wilderness areas that have maintained high biodiversity because they haven't yet been disturbed. And who's doing the mining? Well, let's just say that they're not all going to be union workers with union protections. Amnesty International paints a disturbing picture. The marketing of state-of-the-art technologies are a stark contrast to the children carrying bags of rocks. And then the mining itself requires massive amounts of conventional energy, as do the energy-intensive industrial processes needed to refine the materials and then build the wind, solar, battery hardware. Then there's the waste. Wind turbines, solar panels, and batteries have a relatively short life, about 20 years. Conventional energy machines like gas turbines last twice as long. With current plans, the International Renewable Energy Agency calculates that by 2050, the disposal of worn-out solar panels will constitute over double the tonnage of all of today's global plastic waste. Worn-out wind turbines and batteries will add millions of tons more waste. It'll be a whole new environmental challenge. Before we launch history's biggest increase in mining, dig up millions of acres in pristine areas, encourage childhood labor, and create epic waste problems, we might want to reconsider our almost inexhaustible supply of hydrocarbons, the fuels that make our marvelous modern world possible. And technology is making it easier to acquire and cleaner to use them every day. The following comparisons are typical and instructive. It costs about the same to drill one oil well as it does to build one giant wind turbine. And while that turbine generates the energy equivalent of about 1 barrel of oil per hour, the oil rig produces 10 barrels per hour. It costs less than 50 cents to store a barrel of oil or its equivalent in natural gas, but you need $200 worth of batteries to hold the energy contained in one oil barrel. Next time someone tells you that wind, solar, and batteries are the magical solution for all our energy needs, ask them if they have an idea of the cost to the environment. Unobtainium works fine in the movies, but we don't live in the movies. We live in the real world. I'm Mark Mills, Senior Fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Do we need to destroy the environment to save it? That's the question I faced a few years ago. I co-founded a movement that was the precursor to the Green New Deal. It was called the New Apollo Project. If we could send a man to the moon, we reasoned, surely we could save our own planet. All we had to do was harness the power of the wind and the sun and get rid of fossil fuels. Compared to the original Apollo mission, how hard could that be? Well, it turned out to be very hard. Practically impossible, in fact. The basic laws of physics and chemistry proved to be very stubborn. But as I did more and more research, something else began to trouble me. The prospect that pushing the planet toward wind and solar energy would actually cause more harm to the environment than good. There's no better example of this than what wind and solar energy do to birds. Industrial wind turbines, those giant generators of wind power, are the greatest new threat to golden and bald eagles. But the eagles are hardly the only ones threatened. Condors, owls, hawks, and falcons all fall prey to the turbine's mighty blades. Big wind, and believe me, there's a big wind industry now, just like there's big oil and big pharma, claims that house cats kill more birds than wind turbines. That's true, but whereas cats kill small, common birds like sparrows, wind turbines kill big, threatened with extinction and slow to reproduce species like bald eagles and condors. Indeed, industrial wind farms are killing fields for birds. The more turbines you put up, the more birds you're going to slaughter. According to the American Bird Conservancy in 2017, research shows that hundreds of thousands of birds and bats die every year when they accidentally collide with the turbine blades. That number grows with each turbine built. The Royal Society for the Preservation of Birds reports that wind farms built off the coast of Britain could be the final nail in the coffin for endangered seabirds. The Center for Biological Diversity calls the Altamont Pass wind farm in California a population sink for golden eagles as well as burrowing owls. As for solar farms, they produce an entirely different set of problems, although they also are very harmful for birds. In California, according to a federal report, massive solar arrays produce heat up to 900 degrees. When birds fly into those arrays, they simply burn up. Building a solar farm is a lot like building any other kind of massive industrial facility. You have to clear the whole area of wildlife. For example, in order to construct the Ivanpah Solar Farm in California near the Nevada border, developers hired biologists to pull threatened desert tortoises from their burrows. The tortoises were then loaded on the back of pickup trucks and caged in pens, where many ended up dying. Solar farms also need millions and millions of gallons of water to clean the mirrors and to generate power. Since most solar farms are built in the desert, we're talking about a precious resource already in short supply. When push comes to shove, water could become the real throttle on renewable solar energy, according to Michael Weber, professor of mechanical engineering at the University of Texas at Austin. Then there's the issue of what to do with solar panels that wear out. The panels contain lead and other toxic chemicals that can't be removed without breaking up the entire panel. Since it's far cheaper for solar manufacturers to just buy the raw materials than recycle old panels, those old panels end up in landfills, or as the New York Times discovered in a 2019 investigation, dumped in poor African nations. Wind turbines may have an even worse disposal problem than solar panels. First, they are gigantic. A single blade can be longer than a wing on a jumbo jet. Second, they're made of fiberglass, which has to be cut by a diamond-studded saw to be carted away on giant trucks. And as with solar panels, the only thing to do is bury them, toxic materials and all. This is done, as you can imagine, in enormous pits, creating yet another landfill problem. All this environmental degradation is happening on a relatively small scale right now because we get less than 10% of our electricity from wind and solar sources. If we were really to embark on a wind and solar build-out of the kind environmentalists advocate, the damage would be much, much greater. Consider this. Today's energy system requires just 0.5% of the land in the US. If we were to get all the energy we now use from wind and solar, at least 25% of all land in the US would be required. That's a lot of dead wildlife. Doesn't sound very green, does it? I'm Michael Schellenberger, founder and president of Environmental Progress and author of Apocalypse Never for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Today's continuing anti-racism protests include the claim that fossil fuel use is racist because climate change will hurt minorities most.
Climate crisis is a racist crisis.
Therefore,
the fossil fuel industry will have to pay.
But I wonder, have these people ever asked themselves?
Can you turn your lights on in the morning?
Energy journalist Robert Bryce just made this documentary about the importance of electricity. Juice.
Having electricity doesn't guarantee wealth, but not having it almost always means poverty.
Here's our abbreviated version of his movie.
Electricity has allowed people, and in particular women and girls, to escape the drudgery of past eras. It has liberated them from the pump, the stove, and the wash tub.
But still today, in much of the world, millions have little access to electricity. As a result,
the mothers are spending all day long just doing the basic household chores, collecting water.
You don't have a fridge, so you have to cook every evening.
Not only does electricity reduce labor, but also
electricity has allowed us to conquer our oldest foe, darkness. For millennia, the cost of having well-lit spaces at night was so high that only the very rich could afford it.
That's still true in much of the world.
The power goes off. And I began crying inconsolably because there's no way I'm going to finish memorizing this times table where there's no power.
And when there's no power, people often heat their homes by burning things like cow dung.
Every year in India, more than 1 million people die from indoor air pollution.
That pollution's a much bigger killer than the fossil fuels American politicians complain about.
There is no debate as to whether we should continue producing fossil fuels. There's no debate.
No debate? But without fossil fuels, much of the world will freeze in the dark. We just don't yet have enough alternatives to gas and oil, although one country almost does.
We're here in Iceland at Gullfoss Falls. As you can see, this country has enormous hydropower potential.
Iceland gets most of its power from constantly moving water. And because Iceland also has hot springs, it gets a quarter of its juice from geothermal power. So electricity is cheap there. But even in Iceland, they still burn oil. There just isn't enough renewable energy to power everything.
There are over 3 billion people in the world today without adequate access to electricity. In order to empower the low-watt world, we're going to need a lot more juice.
But what about climate change? We're told we must move to renewable energy.
The planet is dying, and all we need to do is spend more on researching green power.
In every case where you've had massive infusions or requirements for renewable energy, you've seen costs increase.
So what? The planet is dying.
But it's regressive. It's going to have a bigger impact on low-income and middle-income Americans. That's putting a higher tax burden on the people who can least afford it.
His documentary argues that electricity matters so much, it's cruel to talk about limiting its use.
This idea that there's too many people and that we all have to reduce our energy consumption. The only people in the world who say that are rich people. I've never had a small farmer tell me that there's too many people and that we consume too much.
How are we going to have a population of all these bright young minds if they're not plugged in? We have to plug them in now.
4 billion people are not going to say, we'll give up progress if it just slows global warming.
Energy poverty versus climate change. There is no easy one-size-fits-all solution. The only certainty is that people will do whatever they have to do to get the electricity they need.
You can now watch his entire documentary, subtitled How Electricity Explains the World, on iTunes.
I hope you'll share and like this video. That helps us get the word out. And if you want to help us make more videos like this, click that button.
California, the Golden State. Home to Hollywood, Silicon Valley, Napa Valley. Glitz, glamour, and now, blackouts. In 2019, California became the first state ever to intentionally deny electricity to its own citizens. No power for your home, your Tesla, your cell phone, or maybe your oxygen tank. This is California we're talking about, not some impoverished third world country, California. If it were a sovereign nation, it would be the 5th largest economy in the world, ahead of the UK and France. But in the hot, dry months of late summer and early fall, it can no longer provide electricity to its own citizens. It has to shut down its aging power lines or risk starting another catastrophic fire. In 2018, the town of Paradise burned to the ground. Over 10,000 homes were destroyed. 85 people died. In 2017, the Redwood Fire killed 9 people. California has always had wildfires, but now the fire threat is worse than ever. Why? For the answer, we should look to one of the state's leading citizens, Leonardo DiCaprio. The reason these wildfires have worsened is because of climate change. Case closed? Well, not quite. But Leo isn't wrong. Climate change has made the problem worse. He's just not right in the way he thinks he is. Let's get into it. Long before global warming became climate change, Californians had to deal with fires. The hot, bone-dry summer and fall winds, thick forests, and dense brush that cover good portions of the state made sure of that. As the state's population grew, the citizens, always aware of fire risk, took steps to mitigate that risk, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. First, there were large-scale logging operations. These helped thin the forest. Then there were controlled burns, fires purposely set to clear areas of brush in fire zones, which were then quickly extinguished. As the influence of the environmental movement grew more pronounced at the end of the last century and into this one, the state's policy changed. First, new regulations sharply curtailed logging operations. Cutting down trees for lumber was depicted as almost an act of cruelty. Even clearing dead trees was frowned upon. Controlled burns were viewed the same way. It was much better, the environmentalists contended, to let nature do its thing. And as housing became more expensive in the big cities, developers started to build homes further from metropolitan areas and closer to the wilderness. Parallel to this was the state's green energy mandate. Governor Jerry Brown declared that California would be powered entirely by renewable energy, mostly wind and solar, by 2045. Tremendous pressure was put on Pacific Gas and Electric, the state's largest energy company, to get started on this project. Here's where Leo gets it right, if unintentionally. The green energy mandate turned the power companies' attention and resources away from the power grid and to wind and solar. How did this lead to new and deadlier fires? Let's put the pieces of the puzzle together. Wildfires can be started in all sorts of ways. Lightning strikes, campfires not properly put out, a cigarette carelessly tossed away, or sometimes straight up arson. But the worst culprit of all is power lines. In 2018, fully half of California's wildfires were started by power lines or related electrical problems. It's not hard to figure out why. California's power grid is ancient. Most of its towers were built before 1950. Some of the lines are so old they qualify for the National Registry of Historic Places. The lines that are failing and sparking fires? No surprise, the old ones. The deadliest fire in California history, the 2018 Camp Fire that burned down Paradise, was caused by equipment that dates back to 1921. 100-year-old equipment. It's not that the power company didn't know there was a problem. They knew, but they were focused on more pressing political priorities, like green energy. That's where PG&E, a public utility, which just means it's the politicians who call the shots, put its money and resources. In 2018, PG&E spent $2.4 billion on renewables. By comparison, in 2017, it spent $1.4 billion on existing infrastructure. So let's review. The forests grow ever more dense. Brush builds up because controlled burns are not permitted. Developers build in wilderness areas. And the dominant power company chases its renewable energy mandate at the expense of nuts and bolts line maintenance. Such are the things uncontrollable fires are made of. Where are we now? PG&E is in bankruptcy, sued into oblivion, with no viable plan to fix the grid. Instead of bringing vital infrastructure into the 21st century, California is voluntarily turning itself into a third world country. That's what happens when progressives and environmentalists run things. The Golden State isn't going green, it's going broke, and it's going dark. When that happens, maybe a light bulb will finally turn on in the heads of California voters. I'm John Cobelt for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Look at the damage done by plastic bags. It is everywhere.
Not long ago, lots of politicians were so eager to say,
let's ban plastic bags.
Lots of places did ban them, but now they're busy taking it back.
A lift on local bans of plastic bags.
Instead, they're banning their once favored substitute, reusable bags.
No use of reusable bags.
Of course, this is because of the pandemic.
The bags could bring the virus into the store.
Reusable bags were already bringing bacteria in. People were supposed to wash those bags, but it turned out
97% never wash their bags.
So plastic bags replacements are crawling with bacteria.
If you take your reusable bags into the store, they're touching everything, and you have 5 people touch them before you bring them out.
After plastic was banned in San Francisco, food poisoning deaths increased. But Greenpeace says disease fears are misinformation from right-wing think tanks pushing their pro-pollution agendas.
There are no studies or no evidence that reusable bags are transmitting viruses, particularly the coronavirus.
Alex Trulove of the Public Interest Research Group is right about the lack of human COVID-19 studies. But when millions of piglets died of swine coronavirus,
the Agriculture Department concluded that the reusable feed bags were the likely cause.
It's a hard one to equate to our experiences around the grocery store. I mean, we're not dragging our reusable bags through pigsties.
As soon as this crisis is over, we're going to go back to all paper bags.
Some politicians still can't wait to ban plastic.
Politicians are always just looking for something to do. They want to look like that they stand for something.
Supermarket executive Andrea Katsimides complains that paper bags cost much more.
How greedy are you? Make a few pennies less.
It sounds like a couple pennies, but really when you're talking about billions of bags, it really adds up.
What if you need that last 5 cents to pay for something else and you don't have it because you just
Put your money in a bag.
A bag that doesn't hold as much.
Look at this.
That point was proven a moment later. When his bag ripped.
These things are convenient. They're light and cheap. I like them. Why do you have to take away everything that's convenient?
Over 2/3 of everything we use is not recycled or composted and just ends up somewhere like a landfill.
But why is dumping things in landfills a problem? People think we're running out of room for landfills, but that's absurd.
If you just take a look at where you live from the air, you wouldn't even be able to see where the landfill is. There's such a small pinpoint on the map.
Environmental economist Ross McKittrick points out that all of America's trash for the entire century would fit into one landfill just 18 miles square. And today, landfills hardly pollute.
These days, a landfill typically contains many layers to keep it safe and secure.
And once they're full,
we build on top of them, or they're turned into parks.
But what about all that plastic pollution in the ocean?
Companies are choosing to make something that will be used just once, from a material that lasts forever.
8 million metric tons of plastic enters the ocean every year.
Green groups like his are convincing people that plastic is terrible.
We definitely need to do something about the environment. I mean, we're killing ourselves, man.
Your opponents are winning.
They win by getting people alarmed about an actual problem, namely plastics in the ocean, and then misleading them about their role in it.
One garbage truck of plastic is dumped in the sea every minute.
Let's get some facts on the table about where that plastic comes from.
Almost 90% comes from Asia and Africa.
The North American fraction is less than 1%.
What we do in America isn't going to make any difference.
We should do what we can with our own power to reduce our own waste and set an example for the rest of the world.
That's just posturing. The rest of the world isn't looking to see what you do with your Starbucks cup. If we are concerned about other countries' waste going into their river systems, there are better things that we can do. We can share with them the technology so they can process their waste better. That is not the same as imposing on consumers tiresome inconveniences in the hopes that it's going to somehow change behavior on the other side of the planet.
Hope you learned something from this video. Please click that button to help us make more. Rhinos are going extinct.
A race against time to save the rhinos.
Poachers massacre rhinos for their horns. Some are carved into ornaments. Some are ground up and sold for medicine. Just one of these can sell for as much as $300,000. It's no wonder.
Around 500 rhinos have been slain by poachers in South Africa so far this year.
Poaching became the biggest business.
The upcoming documentary Hornmaker features entrepreneur Matt Marcus, who says he has a solution to poaching. Create more rhino horns, artificial horn. Then flood the market with that.
One way to devalue something is actually to create a lot of it.
There'd be no incentive to poach anymore.
That's correct. And when things are abundant, people don't fight, kill, or steal.
South Africa once tried something similar. For 20 years, they made it legal to own rhinos and sell their horns. Farmers would put the rhinos to sleep with tranquilizer darts, saw off their horns, and sell the horn. Because this was legal, rhino farmers had an incentive to breed rhinos and protect them. The rhino population quadrupled, but then South Africa banned sales of rhino horn again. Poaching went down?
No, it went up. It went up by thousands of percent.
And there are fears that the rhino could be extinct within 10 years.
So Marcus's idea, artificial horn, might save the rhino. I would think the people who want to preserve wildlife would love this idea.
I would think they'd love it too.
But no. All these environmental groups hate his idea.
This is dangerous. What they're doing is absolutely dangerous for rhinos and their survival. This is greenwashing, an illegal activity.
Legal sales, say environmental groups, might increase rhino killing. That happened once with elephants.
That started up new carving industry in China that had been dormant for decades.
It needs to be long enough to bring the prices down. And then people say, there's no money in poaching.
So the problem is that people still perceive animals as commodities, as natural resources
What's wrong
for their
with that?
use.
Yeah, They are.
Well, they have inherent value.
I eat eggs. That's a commodity from a chicken. What's wrong with that?
Are we really going to now just farm every single animal on this planet so we can endlessly continue supplying this like bloodlust and thirst of people to consume wildlife products?
If that's what it takes to preserve the animals, your bans have failed. Last year, Kenya burned 100 tons of confiscated elephants and rhino horns. Poaching is up. 1,000 park rangers have been killed by poachers. Your ban is cruel to people and animals.
The increase in poaching is a direct responsibility of the folks in China and Vietnam that are pushing this product onto innocent consumers.
So sell them a substitute cheap product and this will stop. You people have your head in the sand.
But a cheap product that does nothing. Organizations like mine are partnering with the Vietnamese government to reduce demand for rhino horn.
And failing.
No, we're succeeding. That's the thing. So we've reached about 40 million Vietnamese in the last 3 years.
Reach means 40 million people supposedly saw her public relations campaign.
Please help protect my family from rhino poachers.
A Humane Society survey found videos like this persuaded many people that rhino horns have no medical value.
Don't use rhino horn. It cannot make you healthy.
So what? People are still poaching the rhinos.
So it takes time. It takes time for that trickle-down effect.
It's fine if environmental groups try to convince people not to buy rhino horn. But their hostility to capitalism makes them blind to better ideas like artificial horn and South Africa's new plan to legalize horn sales again.
South Africa is going against the international body that's fighting to protect rhinos.
So what? These international bodies are stupid.
No, well, there are folks like me that work to pass these restrictions.
But it's like the drug war. You can ban it, but if there's money to be made, the poachers are still going to kill the animals. Prohibition should have taught us that when something's valuable, banning its consumption leads to lawbreaking and killing. Nobody kills anybody anymore for beer or wine or scotch.
When you're talking about beer or wine or scotch, you don't have lives on the line.
Lives of the people who were killed by Al Capone.
Well, of course, but you know, he was a criminal, and you have criminal networks here.
Only a criminal because alcohol was illegal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a endless argument. We can't live in a lawless society.
A free society is not a lawless society. Markets are not lawless. Legal rhino farming or selling fake horn could save endangered animals. But the environmental groups just can't see that.
Who's the first woman appointed to the Supreme Court? My guess is that most Americans would answer Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She's so famous now that she's often referred to by just her initials, RBG. Elevated to the High Court by President Bill Clinton in 1993, the left-leaning Justice Ginsburg was the subject of not one, but 2 movies in 2018 alone. But she isn't the first female Supreme Court justice. She's the second. The first doesn't have a movie named after her. That's because Sandra Day O'Connor was appointed by a Republican president, Ronald Reagan. We hear a lot about the Year of the Woman, the Women's March, and the war against women. But if the major media, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, CBS, and others, were more interested in accuracy than advocacy, it would be that they are promoting the Year of the Leftist Woman, or the Leftist Women's March. The major media like to pretend that all women think alike and that conservative women are just the exception that proves the rule. But according to a 2018 Pew Research study, about 1/3 of women are Democrats, a little less than 1/3 are Republican, and a little more than 1/3 are independents. So if there are all these conservative women around, how does the media make it seem like they barely exist? They use 3 strategies. The first is omission. If you don't see something, you don't have to deal with it. Open up a glossy magazine. Every liberal woman is glamorized, stylishly dressed, beautifully photographed. Their personal stories are almost always an inspirational version of Joan of Arc. They have overcome overwhelming obstacles to make the world a more compassionate and tolerant place. Glamour magazine recognized 11 Democrat women among their 2018 Women of the Year. No Republican made the cut. First Lady Michelle Obama was on the cover of Vogue 3 times. First Lady and former fashion model Melania Trump? So far, not once. Every now and again, the major media will do a story about a female conservative to balance things out. But let's be honest, it's not balance, it's tokenism. The second strategy the media uses to diminish conservative women is mocking. Making fun of a woman's appearance discounts what she says. You would think the major media would resist this kind of objectification, but they don't, not if the target is a conservative woman. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the White House press secretary, and Kellyanne Conway, the first woman to run a winning presidential campaign, are routinely belittled for their hair, their eye makeup, or their weight. Their significant accomplishments, in contrast, are rarely acknowledged. Why? Because the media doesn't like their boss, and it treats women who work for him as traitors to their sex. The third strategy the media uses to demean conservative women is labeling. Using stereotypes precludes there being a valid reason for conservative women to hold the positions they do. The major media simply can't accept that conservatives have serious and important reasons for their beliefs, so they have to come up with answers to explain this seeming anomaly to themselves. These women must be racist or self-hating or just weak-minded. Here's how Barbara Streisand put it to the Daily Mail in England. A lot of women vote the way their husbands vote. They don't believe enough in their own thoughts. Labeling, like the strategies of mocking or omission, is just another way to display contempt and demonize conservative women. Its purpose is to persuade you to not treat those being labeled with respect, to ignore their ideas, and to even avoid associating with them. Not surprisingly, the vilification that results discourages a lot of conservative-leaning women from running for political office, or even from speaking up. Who needs that grief? It takes a strong person to swim against the media tide. But here's the thing about swimming against the tide. It makes you stronger. Maybe that's why Nikki Haley can stand up in the UN and tell the truth, or why Candace Owens can question the devotion to progressive policies that have so hurt blacks, or Ayaan Hirsi Ali can take on the cause of truly oppressed women, those living in radical Islamist societies. We need these voices and more like them. That's why it's so important to encourage a more respectful, inclusive debate. We should want everyone at the table, both sides of the political spectrum, listening with civility. That way we can be better informed and make better decisions. So if you hold conservative views, you have a particularly important role to play. You need to speak out to your friends, your family, and your coworkers. Let them hear your thinking, and then let them make up their own minds. The media may pretend you don't exist. They may even mock or label you. They want to intimidate you into silence. That's not fair, and that's not right. Don't let them. I'm Heather Higgins, chairman of Independent Women's Forum for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Culture matters. It's the primary source of social progress or regression. Nowhere do we see this more clearly than in the status of women. The Judeo-Christian culture and perhaps a more upwardly civilization has produced over time the law codes, language, and material prosperity that have greatly elevated women's status. But this progress is not shared everywhere. There are still hundreds of millions of people that live in a culture, the Islamic for instance, that takes female inferiority for granted. Until recently, these cultures, the Western and the Islamic, were for the most part separated. But that is changing, dramatically so. Large numbers of immigrant men from the Middle East, South Asia, and various parts of Africa have brought a different set of values to the West, specifically Europe. More than 1 million arrived in 2015 alone. More are on the way. As a result, crimes against girls and women, groping, harassments, assaults, and rape have risen sharply. These crimes illustrate the stark difference between the Western culture of the victims and that of the perpetrators. Let me be clear. Not all immigrant men, or even most, indulge in sex attacks or approve of such attacks. But it's a grave mistake to deny that the value system of the attackers is radically different from the value system of the West. In the West, women are emancipated and sexually autonomous. Religiosity and sexual behavior or sexual restraint is determined by women's individual wishes. The other value system is one in which women are viewed as either commodities, that is, their worth depends on their virginity, or on the level of a prostitute if they're guilty of public immodesty, wearing a short skirt, for example. I do not believe these value systems can coexist. The question is which value system will prevail. Unfortunately, this remains an open question. The current situation in Europe is deeply troubling. Not only are Muslim women within Europe subject to considerable oppression in many ways, such norms now risk spreading to non-Muslim women who face harassment from Muslim men. One would think that Western feminists in the United States and Europe would be very disturbed by this obvious misogyny. But sadly, with few exceptions, this does not appear to be the case. Common among many Western feminists is a type of moral confusion in which women are said to be oppressed everywhere, and that this oppression, in feminist Eve Ensler's words, is exactly the same around the world, in the West, just as in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. To me, this suggests too much moral relativism and an inadequate understanding of Sharia law. It is true that the situation for women in the West is not perfect, but can anyone truly deny that women enjoy greater freedom and opportunities in the United States, France, and Finland than they do in Iran, Pakistan, or Saudi Arabia? Other feminists have also argued that non-Western women do not need saving, and that any suggestion that they need help from Western feminists is insulting and condescending to non-Western women. My perspective is a practical one. Any efforts that help Muslim women, whether they live in the West or under Islamic governments, should be encouraged. Every effort to pressure these governments to change unjust laws should be supported. Western feminists and female Western leaders have a simple choice to make. Either excuse the inexcusable or demand reform in cultures and religious doctrines that continue to oppress women. Nothing illustrates this better than what happened in Cologne, Germany on New Year's Eve 2015. That night, during the city's traditional celebrations, numerous German women, 467 at the last count, reported being sexually harassed or assaulted by men of North African and Arab origin. Within 2 months, 73 suspects had been identified, most of them from North Africa. 12 of them have been linked to sexual crimes. Yet, in response to the attacks, Cologne's feminist mayor Henriette Reker issued an arm's-length guideline to women. Just keep an arm's-length distance between you and a mob of Arab men, she advised Cologne's female population, and you will be fine. Mayor Reker's comments underline the seriousness of the problem. A culture clash is upon us. The first step in resolving it is to unapologetically defend the values that have allowed women to flourish. Feminists with their organizations, networks, and lobbying power need to be on the front lines of this battle. Their relevance depends on it. And so does the well-being of countless women, Western and non-Western. I'm Ayan Hirsi Ali of Harvard University for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
How indignant can progressives make themselves? There's a real competition going on, and it's sweeping the nation. Progressive versus progressive, competing to see who can most flamboyantly claim to be offended, to proclaim that their feelings have been hurt, or that their sensitivities have been rubbed raw, or their serenity disturbed, or their composure discombobulated by something that someone has said, or by something they have seen, such as a Confederate flag, or a building named after Woodrow Wilson. But, actually, I think progressives are not sufficiently imaginative. There are many more things they could be indignant about, starting with where I live, Washington, D.C. The Washington Post newspaper is, if it will pardon the expression, on the warpath against the name of the Washington Redskins football team. The paper says the name is racist, insulting, demeaning, insensitive, and so on. But the Washington Post takes its name from its city, which is named for George Washington, who was not only a slave owner, he was a tobacco farmer, which some progressives probably think is almost as awful. No way! Surely the Post should change its name and should demand that the nation's capital be renamed, perhaps as Eleanor Roosevelt City. Obviously, it cannot be named for her husband, he who ordered the internment of 117,000 persons of Japanese descent, 2/3 of whom were native-born American citizens. And there are hundreds of other towns, counties, parks, and schools named for Washington, such as Washington and Lee University. Good grief, the name is double hate speech. Robert E. Lee actually commanded the Confederate Army. Washington is not the only name progressives should scrutinize. The word Oklahoma is a compound of two words from the Choctaw language, words meaning red and people. If it is intolerable to have a football team named Redskins, it must be worse to have a state named Red People. But let's get back to cleansing America of all mentions of historic figures who were less than perfect progressives. On the tidal basin in Washington, there's a memorial to the slave-owning Thomas Jefferson. This memorial should have a trigger warning carved into its marble. Jacksonville, Florida, and Jackson, Mississippi, and many other places and things are named for Andrew Jackson, the tormentor of Native Americans. All must be renamed for someone who was saintly as progressives understand saintliness. And speaking of saints, surely good progressives are traumatized by the names of St. Louis, St. Petersburg, San Diego, San Antonio, not to mention Corpus Christi. Progressives like it when courts rule that non-denominational prayers at high school graduations violate the separation of church and state. Why then don't they consider it a constitutional outrage that there are cities named for religious figures, including Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco? That city is, if progressives will pardon the expression, the Vatican of American progressivism. Progressives should demand that all such cities be renamed for progressive saints. Tony Bennett could sing, "I left my heart in Nancy Pelosi City." Or we could give these places names that give no offense because they have no meaning. Joseph Nippenberg is an American rarity, a sensible professor. His droll suggestion is that we spare progressives from discomfort by giving cities and buildings the kind of meaningless names that are given to car models, names such as Acura and Elantra and Sentra. And what about the state flag of hyper-progressive Massachusetts? Its flag depicts a Native American holding, brace yourself, a bow and arrow, a weapon. Surely progressivism's sensitivity police cannot permit this depiction. It reinforces the hurtful stereotype of Native Americans as less than perfectly peaceful people. Minnesota, too, should hang its head in shame. Its state seal depicts a pioneer tilling a field and a Native American riding away and carrying a spear. Any progressive can see that this seal conveys multiple racial slurs. The spear, another weapon, another stereotype of Native Americans as violent. The Native American riding away is stigmatized as nomadic, hence unproductive, whereas the farmer who is white is industrious. So, the seal communicates subliminal slander, the coded message of white superiority. Who knew that Minnesotans who have voted Democratic in 10 consecutive elections since 1972 embrace white supremacy? I could go on, but you get the picture. Still, you should feel sorry for the progressive sensitivity enforcers. Those who constantly find reason to take offense are rarely happy people. The problem, however, is that such people make almost everyone else miserable too. I'm George Will for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
Do you believe in free speech? Do you believe that people should be judged by their character, not their skin color? Do you believe in freedom of religion? If you believe these things, you're probably not a progressive. You might think you're a progressive. I used to think I was. My show, The Rubin Report, was originally part of the Progressive Young Turks network. Progressives struck me as liberals, but louder. Progressives were the nice guys. They looked out for the little guy. They cared about women and minorities. They embraced change. In short, who wouldn't want to be a progressive? But over the last couple of years, the meaning of the word progressive has changed. Progressives used to say, I may disagree with what you say, but I'll fight to the death for your right to say it. Not anymore. Banning speakers whose opinions you don't agree with from college campuses, that's not progressive. Prohibiting any words not approved of as politically correct, that's not progressive. Putting trigger warnings on books, movies, music, anything that might offend people, that's not progressive either. All of this has led me to believe that much of the left is no longer progressive, but regressive. This is one of the reasons I've spent so much time on my show talking about the regressive left. This regressive ideology doesn't judge people as individuals, but as a collective. If you're black or female or Muslim or Hispanic or member of any other minority group, you're judged differently than the most evil of all things, a white Christian male. The regressive left ranks minority groups in a pecking order to compete in a kind of oppression Olympics. Gold medal goes to the most offended. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream that his children would be judged by their character and not their skin color was a liberal idea, but these days it's not a progressive ideal. And what about religious freedom, the idea that no one else can tell you what you have to believe? Surely progressives still support that basic right. Well, not so much. I'm a married gay man, so you might think that I appreciate the government forcing a Christian baker or photographer or florist to act against their religion in order to cater, photograph, or decorate my wedding. But you'd be wrong. A government that can force Christians to violate their conscience can force me to violate mine. If a baker won't bake you a cake, find another baker. Don't demand that the state tell him what to do with his private business. I'm pro-choice. But a government that can force a group of Catholic nuns, literally called the Little Sisters of the Poor, to violate their faith and pay for abortion-inducing birth control can force anyone to do anything. That's not progressive, that's regressive. Today's progressivism has become a faux moral movement hurling charges of racism, bigotry, xenophobia, homophobia, Islamophobia, and a slew of other meaningless buzzwords at anyone they disagree with. The battle of ideas has been replaced by a battle of feelings, and outrage has replaced honesty. Diversity reigns supreme as long as it's not that pesky diversity of thought. This isn't the recipe for a free society, it's a recipe for authoritarianism. For these reasons, I can no longer call myself a progressive. I don't really call myself a Democrat either. I'm a classical liberal, a free thinker, and as much as I don't like to admit it, defending my liberal values has suddenly become a conservative position. So if you think people should be able to say what they think without being punished for it, that people should be judged by their behavior, not their skin color, and that people should be able to live the way that they want to live without government interference, then there's not much left on the left for you. I'll keep trying to explain that to progressives until I'm totally left out. I'm Dave Rubin of The Rubin Report for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
There have always been angry mobs, but now there's a new kind, online mobs. They can be vicious too.
Economics is complicated.
One such mob recently came for Harold Uhlig, head of a top economics journal. The mob attacked Uhlig, says writer Robbie Suave, because
he thinks defund the police is an unhelpful slogan.
Uhlig had posted this tweet, which said, "Too bad. Black Lives Matter just torpedoed itself with its support of defund the police.
You'd think that would be fine for a public intellectual to weigh in on that issue in that way. There was nothing racist or discriminatory in how he said it. And yet, some of the biggest names in the profession have called for him to lose this position.
Hundreds signed a petition demanding that.
Because he has some different views from the protesters, he must be a racist.
Uhlig was placed on leave from the journal he ran. The mob even attacks its fellow Democrats. This analyst at a Democratic polling firm tweeted about a study that concluded riots reduce the share of Democratic votes.
I would think the rioting does hurt their cause.
That sort of behavior makes people fearful.
So all this young man does is tweet an article that's obviously true, and he gets fired?
Activists who don't want there to be any criticism tagged the employer and said, like, come get your boy. Within days, this public polling firm guy was let go from the position.
Come get your boy. It sounds creepy.
There's a cruel streak in activism that says if you disagree with me, not only should you have no right to speak, but you're harming me. You're making me unsafe.
A Major League Soccer team fired a player after his wife made racist posts. The editor of Bon Appetit resigned because one Halloween 16 years ago, he dressed like this. Staff members called this deeply offensive.
Why are they winning? Their argument is ridiculous.
Because people are afraid to challenge them. It just takes one employee at one company to say, well, here is the law that protects my right to feel safe and comfortable in this workplace. If you're not making me feel safe and comfortable, then I'm going to get you in trouble. I might even sue you.
And these cowardly corporations give in. Fire the people.
You protect yourself from some risks, from some liability, if you just give the loudest voice in the room, the squeakiest wheel, exactly what they want.
At CrossFit, the fitness company, CEO Greg Glassman was asked why he hadn't issued a statement about George Floyd. He answered, "Why should we mourn George Floyd other than it's the white thing to do?" Within a week, he was gone from the company.
Yes, a few CEOs have lost their jobs, but they have the money. By and large, they have the power. We white people have the power.
Well, of course, white people historically have benefited tremendously from their race.
So why should we listen to people like you? You're a white guy who grew up in the suburbs.
Yes, I have a tremendous amount of privilege. I've lived a very lucky life. I think I should be able to point out the inconsistencies.
Growing accusations of transphobia.
The cancel culture has moved beyond the U.S.
J.K. Rowling has been criticized recently for her comments about transgender identity.
In England, after this woman was fired for saying merely identifying as a woman doesn't make a person a woman.
Anything you couldn't explain?
Harry Potter author Rowling defended her, tweeting, "Force women out of their jobs for stating sex is real?"
Outraged with a series of controversial tweets.
That made Rowling a target.
J.K. Rowling, silencio, you cruel rich dick.
But Rowling didn't back down. She said, it isn't hate to speak the truth. Then she mocked a charity for using the phrase, people who menstruate instead of women. She tweeted,
"I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Wumban, wimpund, woomud."
People called her tweets
cruel and inaccurate.
Some staff at her publisher called her transphobic and refused to work on her next book.
Don't give J.K. Rowling any of your money. Stop buying the books.
But Rowling's the rare person popular enough to be able to resist the mob. Her publisher stood up for her, saying freedom of speech is the cornerstone of publishing. That's how all these cases should be handled. And finally, one other piece of good news. Economic professor Harold Uhlig, who lost his post after he was smeared by people like Paul Krugman. While we worked on this video, the University of Chicago announced it had investigated and there was no basis for taking his job. Harold Uhlig has his editorship back.
The solution is to challenge these people. You just have to speak up.
Do you like these videos? Please help us make more. Press that button.
Do you voice your opinions? Watch out!
you might get fired.
He has resigned,
stepping down after controversial comments.
The opinion editor of the New York Times has just resigned.
You probably heard about this man losing his job because he approved an op-ed by Republican Senator Tom Cotton. It was headlined, "Send in the troops to restore order when there are riots." Sometimes reporters claimed,
that is a dangerous, dangerous thing for the New York Times to have published.
Many tweeted the exact same wording, saying it put their lives in danger.
But it didn't put their lives in danger.
No, it didn't. It's absurd.
Robbie Suave reports on today's young radicals, like the ones at the New York Times.
Their union promoted it because that language spoke to a potential legal concern, harassment law. That's their tactic for seizing power in the workplace.
Where did this tactic come from?
It's not a debate. It's not a debate.
It started on college campuses.
You have created space for violence.
I disagree with that.
Several years ago, this mob of angry students at Yale surrounded this professor.
Why can't you say sorry?
I'm sorry.
By saying that you didn't have the right to dress up as a...
Saying sorry is never enough.
Look at me.
Yes.
Look at me.
Yes.
Your experiences will never connect to mine. Empathy is not necessary for you to understand that you're wrong.
What horrible thing had Professor Nicholas Christakis done? He defended his wife sending out a pre-Halloween email saying, whose business is it to control costumes of young people like turbans or headdresses just because they come from other cultures?
The message that you sent proclaiming that cultural appropriation on Halloween is totally permissible is hurtful.
I
want to make sure.
They screamed at him for an hour. There's nothing he could say to them to convince them. They're just trying to punish someone, to humiliate someone who disagrees with their tactics.
I do not respect you.
I don't hear that.
I'm looking at the smirk in your face and I'm disgusted.
Okay.
But now I am actually angry, sir. I really do not interrupt me. I was not angry, and now I want your job to be taken from you.
It was. He had to step down as head of a residential hall. His wife had to stop teaching. The mob won. It wanted campus after campus. Now these students have graduated.
They're now moving off the campus and into the broader culture and into the workplace,
where they demand that people not say certain things. At the Philadelphia Inquirer,
there was an article published in the paper with the title, "Buildings Matter Too."
It was a bad headline, linking buildings with Black lives. 44 staff members claimed this carelessness puts our lives at risk. Their letter didn't give any evidence how it threatened their lives, but they won.
The top editor at the Inquirer resigned.
Then young activists at NBC News tried to silence The Federalist, a respected conservative site that NBC smeared as far right. What had The Federalist done? Published a column that said, correctly, the media had falsely claimed violent riots were peaceful. But it also quoted a government official saying tear gas was not used against rioters, which turned out not to be true. So NBC then claimed Google blocked The Federalist from advertising after NBC's verification unit brought it to Google's attention.
An apparent push by NBC to remove ads from the Federalist site.
The reporter even thanked left-wing activist groups for their collaboration. But it turned out that NBC's report was just wrong.
Google tonight saying that's not true.
So the activist mob failed here.
Jace is all on the case.
Some people want to cancel Paw Patrol.
What the activists are saying, we should have fewer positive portrayals of law enforcement in the media.
Being a police dog takes a lot of hard work.
So some people said defund Paw Patrol for brainwashing kids into thinking law enforcement's noble and just.
So we're sitting here telling you that you are being racist, you are being offensive.
Today's young activists say, we know what's just, and it's our job to stop you from saying offensive things.
Hired you!
How can you allow someone to say something that offends me?
The problem with that is
we're supposed to occasionally offend each other because you might be wrong. We have to have a conversation about it. We have to challenge dogma. What if we were still with the principle that you couldn't speak out against the king? That's the history of the Middle Ages, is people suffering violent consequences for daring to offend people.
Galileo was arrested for saying the earth revolved around the sun.
That's the conditions that all humans lived under, and it was a much less happy place. Then we came to an idea that, no, we improve society by having frank and sometimes difficult conversations about how we're going to get along and live together.
But now, influential young people say some things must never be said.
It's starting at some elite media institutions, but I predict that it will spread out further unless a serious effort is made by people to confront it.
I hope you learned something from these videos, and if you'd like to help us keep making more, please click that button.
It is not generally speaking unruly.
Watching media coverage of recent protests, I noticed something odd.
The protests were mostly peaceful.
Reporters kept saying protests were mostly peaceful. Even with fires burning, CNN put peaceful on the screen.
We've seen billions and billions of dollars in damage to cities.
Joe Concha covers media for The Hill. He says journalism is now opinion-based.
The pictures tell the story, yet you have news organizations saying, this isn't that bad.
Is he right? In this video, we look at 5 examples, starting with those mostly peaceful protests. CNN said, look, a new report says 93% were peaceful. A cartoonist mocked that with a mostly floating ship and a mostly flying plane. On Twitter, someone named Still Like Beer wrote,
93% of beer is non-alcoholic, so I guess I'm okay to drive.
But there were more than 10,000 demonstrations, and most were peaceful.
Most were, but when people start dying and when people start losing their businesses, that's your story.
You'd think the CNN folks would be embarrassed just looking at the monitor.
Multiple locations that have been burning.
Ratings have never been better for CNN.
But they aren't just chasing the numbers. Most of the people who work there consider themselves journalists and try to get it right.
I don't know if I agree with that, John. I think that more and more journalists are playing to a crowd. They're telling them what they want to hear.
What they want to hear? Well, then CNN must believe its viewers want to hear more and more about how horrible President Trump is.
Trump's truly jaw-dropping reaction to the rising U.S. coronavirus death toll.
This is bias example 2. Twist statistics to make Trump look even worse. CNN pointed out that although Trump said the U.S. did the most COVID tests, per capita, South Korea and Italy tested many times more. CNN correctly adjusted for population. Yet to make Trump look worse, the same day, CNN stopped adjusting for population to repeatedly say the U.S. has
The most confirmed
Coronavirus cases of any country in the world.
That's on Trump.
In truth, many countries had more per person, but CNN wanted to lecture the president.
You serve us. We have the most cases in the world.
Only if you suddenly drop the per capita.
Per capita only applies when the argument is bad for Trump. It's blatantly obvious.
We asked CNN if they consider their coverage objective. They didn't respond. Example 3, fact-check Republicans mostly.
At the DNC, they didn't fact-check Joe Biden in real time. But just in time for President Trump's acceptance speech a week later, they debuted a fact-checking chyron to run during Trump's speech.
But there's a reason they don't fact-check Democrats, says Chris Cuomo.
They are not lying the way Trump does.
Children are torn from their families and thrown into cages.
Actually, the AP and BBC found plenty that needed checking, like Michelle Obama not mentioning that those cages began under her husband's administration. Example 4, overtly try to help Biden. CNN contributor Van Jones made it clear that it's CNN.
We were prepared for it to be a terrible speech. As long as he didn't embarrass himself, we were going to come out here and praise it.
So that's all you need to know.
Maybe that's more honest than what we used to have. When I was working at ABC, everybody pretended to be down the middle, but they were really mostly on the left. At least now you know what you get.
CNN's primetime lineup. Anderson Cooper, Chris Cuomo, Don Lemon all have the title of anchor, not opinion maker.
Fox News Media.
Fox calls its primetime anchors opinion hosts. They are biased.
Joe Biden even stated the police, ready for this, have become the enemy.
Actually, Biden just said this.
Last thing you need is an up-armored Humvee coming into a neighborhood. They become the enemy.
The opinion people, I give them almost a free ride because, quite frankly, that's what they're paid to do.
Example 5, asking candidates very different questions. Biden gets softballs.
He just got one that said, this story in The Atlantic about Donald Trump calling fallen military members losers and suckers.
What does it tell you about President Trump's soul?
That was an actual question during a press conference. It's not even softball, John. It's T-ball, except when you put a beach ball on the tee.
Meanwhile, Trump's asked,
after 3.5 years, do you regret it all the lying you've done to the American people? On
all
everything.
The what?
All the lying, all the dishonesties.
It's clear that many reporters don't like Trump, or even Republicans. Last election, 96% of journalists' political donations went to Hillary.
Why aren't I 50 points ahead, you might ask?
Why do so many journalists favor Democrats?
John, I think it's because most of our national media are in 2 cities, New York and Washington. When you're surrounded by everybody else in a city and in a newsroom that goes the other way, it's almost impossible not to start to conform and go in that direction.
The Hill, where Concha works, generally ranks in the middle when people do media bias comparisons. Still,
I can imagine people watching this video saying, oh, Stossel, you're just interviewing this right-winger. He doesn't criticize the right-wing media.
And I try to be objective. I swear to you, I do. I look at example after example, and it seems to be only from the left directed at the right in terms of media coverage, and it's just so apparent.
I hope you learned something from these videos. We work hard to give you a perspective you don't get elsewhere. Please help us make more. Press that button.
Why are so many young people unhappy? To cite just one example, Reuters reported in 2019 that suicidal thinking, severe depression, and rates of self-injury among U.S. college students more than doubled over less than a decade. And unhappiness is hardly confined to Americans. As the social commentator Kay Heimowitz recently wrote, Germans are lonely, the bon vivant French are lonely, and even the Scandinavians are lonely. The British Prime Minister recently appointed a Minister of Loneliness. People have more money, better health, better housing, more education, and live longer than at any time in history. But people, especially the young, are unhappier than at any time since data began to be collected. Why? There are any number of reasons: increased drug and opioid addiction, less human interaction because of constant cell phone use, and young people's fears for their future are the most widely offered explanations. But the biggest reason is the loss of values and meaning. Let's begin with values, and I'll focus on America. The United States was founded on 2 sets of values, Judeo-Christian and American. This combination created the freest, most opportunity-giving, most affluent country in world history. This is not chauvinism, it's fact. That's why people from every country on earth have wanted to emigrate to America, and still do. Chief among the American values was keeping government as small as possible. This enabled non-governmental institutions, Kiwanis, Rotary and Lions clubs, book clubs, the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, bowling leagues, music societies, and of course churches, to provide Americans with friends and to provide the neediest Americans with help. But as government has gotten ever larger, many of these non-governmental groups have dwindled in number or simply disappeared. Another set of values is referred to as middle class or bourgeois values. These include getting married before having a child, making a family, getting a job, self-discipline, delayed gratification, and patriotism. All of these have been under attack by America's elites with the following results. The majority of births to millennials are to unmarried women. Yet according to a 2018 Cigna study, single parents are generally the loneliest of Americans. The percentage of American adults who have never been married and who have no children is at an historic high. Then there's patriotism. Until the 1960s, Americans grew up loving their country, admiring the founders, and believing in America's values, most especially liberty. Americans did not ignore the bad parts of their history, but they were wise enough to recognize that what made America exceptional was not its flaws, which were all universal, but its virtues, which were not. This strong American identity provided generations of Americans with roots, community, optimism, and meaning. Which brings me to the most important reason for all this unhappiness, a lack of meaning. As Viktor Frankl, the renowned Austrian-American psychoanalyst, wrote in his masterpiece, Man's Search for Meaning, aside from food, the greatest human need is meaning. And nothing has given Americans, or any other people for that matter, as much meaning as religion. But in the West, since World War II, God and religion have been relegated to the dustbin of history. The result is that more than a third of Americans born after 1980 affiliate with no religion. This is unprecedented in American history, and it's even worse in Europe. Maybe, just maybe, the decline of Protestantism, Catholicism, and Judaism, those great providers of meaning, is the single biggest factor in the increasing sadness and loneliness among so many young people in America and around the world. A 2016 study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA Psychiatry, found that American women who attended a religious service at least once a week were 5 times less likely to commit suicide. And common sense suggests this applies to men as well. Young people have been told God is nonsense, their country is essentially evil, their past is deplorable, their future is bleak, and marriage and children are not important. Why are so many young people depressed, unhappy, and angry? It's not capitalism or income inequality or patriarchy or even global warming. It's having no religion, no God, and no country to believe in. And what does that leave them with? No meaning. But there is always Instagram. I'm Dennis Prager. This video was made possible by a generous grant from Colorado Christian University. PragerU subscribers may be eligible for a $1,000 scholarship for courses taken through CCU Online. Learn more at prageru.com/CCU.
Here's a tragedy in its way on the level of King Lear or Hamlet. To get a bachelor's degree in English literature at the University of California at Los Angeles, one of the most prestigious colleges in America, you must take courses in gender, race, ethnicity, disability, or sexuality studies, in imperial, transnational, or post-colonial studies, and in critical theory. But you are not required to take a single course in Shakespeare. In other words, the UCLA English faculty is now officially indifferent as to whether an English major has ever read a word of the greatest writer of the English language, but is determined to expose students, according to the course catalog, to alternative rubrics of gender, sexuality, race, and class. Sadly, UCLA is not leading a movement, it is following one. That movement seeks to infuse the humanities curriculum with the characteristic academic traits of our time: narcissism, an obsession with victimhood, and a relentless determination to reduce the stunning complexity of the past to identity and class politics. In so doing, the modern professoriate has repudiated the great humanist tradition on which much of Western civilization and the Western university has been built. That tradition was founded on an all-consuming desire to engage with the genius of the past. The 14th century Florentine poet Francesco Petrarch triggered the explosion of knowledge known today as the Renaissance with his discovery of Livy's monumental history of Rome and the letters of Cicero, the Roman statesman whose ideas would inspire the likes of John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. Petrarch's burning drive to recover the lost cultures of Greece and Rome was widely shared and propelled the Renaissance humanists to search for long-forgotten manuscripts in remote castles and monasteries across Europe. The great universities spread this new knowledge across the Western world, teaching it to students who in turn taught it to the next generation. Now compare the classical humanists' hunger for learning with the resentment of a Columbia University student who had been required by Columbia's freshman core curriculum to study Mozart. "Why did I have to listen to this Mozart?" she complained. "My problem with the core is that it upholds the premises of white supremacy and racism. There are no women, no people of color." These are not the idiosyncratic thoughts of one foolish student. They represent the dominant ideology in the humanities today. This student learned to think like this at the university itself. Rather than encouraging students to engage with the great minds of the past, today's humanities professors seek only to confirm their own worldview. The annual gathering of America's literature faculty put at the top of its 2014 agenda the discussion of, quote, embodiment, poverty, climate, activism, reparation, and the condition of being unequally governed, all in order to, quote, expose key sites of vulnerability and assess possibilities for change. Lost in this political posturing is the only true justification for the humanities: to provide knowledge. Knowledge leading one hopes to the most important acquisition of all, wisdom. The American founders drew on an astonishingly wide range of historical and philosophical sources and on a healthy skepticism about human nature to craft the most stable and free republic in world history. Ignorance of those sources, which led to the West rule of law and its unparalleled prosperity, puts these unique and monumental achievements at risk. But humanistic learning is above all an end in itself. It is simply better to escape one's narrow, self-centered mind and to live inside the prose of George Eliot, the music of Bach, or the art of Van Dyck than never to have done so. Ultimately, it is the loving duty we owe those writers, artists, and thinkers whose works made our world possible. The academic narcissist, oblivious to beauty and nobility, knows none of this. That's bad enough, but to deny such glorious knowledge and wisdom to students, that's a tragedy on a Shakespearean scale. I'm Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute for Prager University.
To subscribe to our YouTube channel, click here. To help keep our videos free, donate here.
Year after year, Americans pour billions of dollars into colleges and universities. I'm not talking about the outrageous tuition costs, living expenses, and fees, the debt pit students fall into. And I'm not talking about the tax money, our money colleges and universities get from federal and state governments. I'm talking about the money Americans are handing over to these institutions of their own free will. In 2017, that number was $44 billion. $44 billion in donations in 1 year from alumni and other donors. And for what? To enhance the education of America's youth? Do you really think our college graduates are better educated, more literate, more versed in classical philosophy and American history than they were 10, 20, or 50 years ago? If your child goes to college and spends 4 years partying, skipping class, and playing video games, consider yourself lucky. It's when they actually listen to their radical professors that you're in trouble. So, what have our institutions been doing with all this money? Well, the University of Michigan's Vice Provost of Equity and Inclusion makes $400,000 a year. The university spends close to $11 million annually on diversity and inclusion staff and programs, according to a recent report. What do you think vice provosts of equity and inclusion, and almost all schools have one now, do all day? They, and the small armies they supervise, spend all day, every day, looking for racism, sexism, classism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, and any other phobias they can dream up. If they don't find some bias somewhere, they're out of a job. So guess what? They find it, even where it doesn't exist. The University of California at Santa Cruz now has an, quote, activist in residence. His job is to mint new leftist activists, as if we have a shortage. Why are we voluntarily giving billions and billions of dollars to hopelessly corrupt institutions that overcharge, underdeliver, and undermine the most basic values of Western civilization? We should be starving this beast. Instead, we're feeding it. Are there exceptions to this rule? Colleges that are actually dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom? Of course there are, and they are worthy of your financial support, but you can count them on two hands. The rest have a different mission, and they have more than enough coin to carry it out. The aforementioned University of Michigan has an endowment of $12 billion, but that's small potatoes compared to Yale's $30 billion or Harvard's $40 billion. And donors keep giving them more. It's time to stop. You'd be better throwing your money into a bonfire. That's just a waste. But when you donate to your average university, you're actually hurting your society. You're the reason kids, maybe your kids, are coming home, loving socialism and hating free market capitalism, believing male and female don't objectively exist, excusing rockets being shot into Israel, then blaming Israel for defending itself, romanticizing Che Guevara and reviling George Washington, and dismissing America, arguably the most decent country ever created, as racist, genocidal, imperialist, white supremacist, hate-filled, and misogynistic. Your children are being fed a steady diet of this nihilism in grade school, middle school, and high school, but they have to come home for dinner every night. College is where the leftist deal is sealed. They're free of your influence and under the sway of their leftist professors and leftist peers. Stop supporting institutions that don't support your values, that, in fact, despise your values. And believe me, they despise you when your back is turned. The only thing they love about you is your money. Oh, you might say, I would never give money for all that diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. I designate my donations to the business school or the medical center. If you think that, you're fooling yourself. Money is fungible. You can designate it for anything you want, but you can't control what the university does with it. I travel around the country every week trying to rescue kids from the leftist cult that is college. It's bad enough that I have to battle administrators, professors, and leftist student body. I shouldn't have to fight you, too. College has become a big business. Most indoctrinate rather than educate. The best way to force them to change is to take away their cash. Your cash. Start today. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder and president of Turning Point USA for Prager University.
This video was made possible by a generous grant from Colorado Christian University, one of the few colleges worthy of your support. Find out more about them at PragerU.com/CCU.
My question deals with the point of using Madison Avenue tactics to ram
what?
Madison Avenue tactics.
Yes.
To ram programs through people's throats. Surely, Dr. Friedman, those who claim no knowledge of economics, and indeed many economists too, listen to you. Why do they listen? Well, because there is faith in your knowledge and ability to analyze economic problems and launch an academic campaign. Suppose in the future, God forbid, you are found to be wrong. Surely, Dr. Friedman, does not the fault lay in our faith? than in the decision makers? Does not the myth then grow out of the faith, the same faith we used to believe in you now?
Yes, it does. But there's a big difference. Quite a difference. See, I don't have any objection to Madison Avenue tactics. I think advertising serves a very useful function, so long as it's competitive. I think it's fine for me to be able to talk to you as long as other people can talk to you and you can hear other views and you can make up your mind. The thing I object to about government use of Madison Avenue tactics is that it is unrestrained and it doesn't have effective competition, and that it is financed not voluntarily, not by the people who buy the product. That you and I have to pay taxes to hire people to persuade us to pay still more taxes. That's the feature of it that I object to. I have no objection to individuals in their private capacity getting up on platforms as I'm getting up on this one to try to persuade people to one view or another. But should the people you and I pay with taxes be in that position? Should we have employees of the Social Security Board sending around propaganda for extending Social Security? Is that an appropriate use of governmental money? I don't think so. And that's what I object to.
It is not. But aren't the people supposed to be intelligent enough to know deceit from truth?
No. They are supposed to be intelligent. Excuse me. They are supposed to be intelligent enough to choose among alternative purveyors of supposed truth. The problem is a one-sidedness. We believe the whole justification for free press, for free speech, for our whole system of adversary justice, the whole justification is that people will be best able to distinguish truth from falsity if they have an opportunity to hear a variety of different opinions. Now, if you only have one opinion spoken, to shift grounds, if we go to the Soviet Union, the people in the Soviet Union are enormously skeptical about what they hear from their government. But they cannot know the truth because they don't hear it. They have to conjecture what is the truth because they only hear one side. They don't believe that. Don't misunderstand me. They become experts at reading between the lines. But they still don't have access to the full variety of opinion which would enable them to choose and decide intelligently and reasonably about what's right. So let's by all means have a clash of opinion. Let different beliefs clash in the marketplace of ideas. But let's not have a monopoly or subsidization of one brand of ideas versus another.
We're supposed to be the United States of America, but in many ways we're now divided into two very different nations. There is red state America and there's blue state America. The red states favor conservative, small government, free market policies, low taxes, light regulation, tough on crime policing, and worker freedom. Think Florida, Texas, Tennessee, Arizona, and Utah. The blue states favor a liberal left, big government approach, high taxes, heavy regulations, high minimum wages, and mandatory union membership. Think New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Illinois, Oregon, and of course, California. Progressives like to argue that their big government, high tax policies are economically superior and thus better for the poor, minorities, and working class Americans than those of red states. Conservative policies, progressives contend, are culturally backward and tilted to benefit the rich. Let's test this thesis by comparing three of the largest red states, Florida, Texas, and Tennessee, with three of the largest blue states, California, New York, and Illinois. If progressive policies really work, then Americans should be rushing to get into the blue states. But just the opposite is happening. Americans are packing up their U-Hauls and heading to the red states. According to the New York Times in August 2020, so many people wanted to leave New York City that moving companies were turning away business. They just couldn't handle the demand. This exodus may be accelerating, but it's not new. Over the last decade, the 3 big blue states each lost an average of 1 million people to other states, while the 3 big red states gained almost 1 million from other states. Makes perfect sense. Americans like freedom. Small government means more freedom, and freedom means opportunity. Let's say you're looking for a job. Over the last decade, Florida, Texas, and Tennessee have gained twice as many jobs as the progressive states. Not only that, but your money goes further in red states. According to a 2019 Tax Foundation study, your $100 stretches to $111 in purchasing power in Tennessee, while in New Jersey, it shrinks to $89. If you're a big corporation or a small company looking for a business-friendly environment, affordable housing, or maybe just a better quality of life, where are you going to go? The tough decision is not choosing a red state or a blue state. The tough decision is which red state to move to. Progressives like to say that this isn't about economics, it's about weather. The red states tend to be in the South and Southwest where the weather is warmer. But that doesn't explain why so many people are leaving California, which has the best weather in the country. So what does explain the migration from blue states? Start with taxes. The 2 most populous blue states, California and New York, have the highest tax rates in America, while the 2 most populous red states, Texas and Florida, have no income tax at all. When taxes get too high, people move to where taxes are lower. The problem for the high tax states is that these people take their money, their ambition, and their employees with them. Then there is crime. Do blue cities do better than red cities? The answer, of course, is no. Of the 20 cities with the highest murder rates, 18 are run by left-leaning Democrats, and for the most part have been for decades. And these cities aren't getting safer, they're getting more dangerous. A good chunk of Minneapolis was burned to the ground as a result of riots following the death of George Floyd. Portland had over 90 consecutive nights of rioting, not peaceful protests, rioting. Seattle allowed an entire section of the city to declare itself an autonomous zone, a first in American history. Progressive governors, progressive mayors, progressive police chiefs run all of these cities and states. Ask any resident of Los Angeles or San Francisco about the rise in homelessness, and you'll get a litany of horror stories. Both cities, of course, have a long history of progressive mayors. How about keeping us healthy and safe? Surely the progressive states with their strict lockdowns did a better job saving lives from the coronavirus. Nope. Adjusted for population, as a resident of New York, New Jersey, or Illinois, you are 3, 4, or even 5 times more likely to die of the virus than if you lived in a red state like Florida, Texas, Georgia, Utah, or Arizona. Progressives and liberal Democrats may mean well. They certainly talk a lot about how much they care about the poor, minorities, and the working class. Yet somehow it's always the poor, minorities, and the working class who pay the price for their bad policies. That's why those who can move do move. Those who can't get stuck with the short end of the stick. Red state America is prospering. Blue state America is in meltdown. So where do you want to live? I'm Stephen Moore, economist at Freedom Works for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
I'm a citizen of Denmark, the Disneyland of socialism, where everybody is happy and healthy. Forget the Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela, and all those power-mad Marxists who got it wrong. Denmark is the model to follow. There's just one problem. It's a fantasy. For it to be true, Denmark would have to be a socialist country. But it's not. If it were, it would have gone Venezuela a long time ago. Sorry to bring all the new fans of socialism the bad news, but that's the reality. Yes, it's true that Denmark has high taxes and a high level of government spending, key features of a socialist mentality. But in almost every other respect, Denmark is a full-on free market capitalist country. And it has some of the strongest protection of individual property rights in the world. And it's a particularly easy place to open a business. According to the World Bank, There's less bureaucratic red tape in Denmark than in any other country, except for New Zealand and Singapore. And the labor market is less regulated than in most countries. Here's something you probably didn't know. There are no minimum wage laws in Denmark. It's not surprising then, or maybe it is surprising given all the misinformation out there, that Denmark ranks consistently as one of the top-ranked free market economies in the world by the Fraser Institute in Canada and the Heritage Foundation. So if Denmark is not a socialist country, what is it? The answer is pretty straightforward. It's a small capitalist country, about the size and population of Maryland, whose citizens pay oodles in taxes in exchange for oodles in benefits. Well, what's wrong with that, you might ask? Only this. For the government to pay out such benefits, you need citizens to make enough money to pay the necessary taxes. And that's only possible through a free market economy. Let me explain with some Danish history. Denmark, like its Scandinavian neighbors, Sweden and Norway, made a remarkable economic recovery after the Second World War. The combination of a highly productive workforce and, get this, low taxes created a lot of wealth. So, like every other wealthy welfare state, Denmark became wealthy before it created the welfare state. Relative to Europe, Denmark's economic high water mark was in the 1950s. Relative to the US, it was in the early 70s. It was then, in the late 60s and early 70s, that the country's ruling elite became preoccupied with wealth redistribution. But the price paid for this social experiment was steep and swift. The expansion of public spending led to a severe economic crisis. The national debt skyrocketed. It took decades of consolidation, structural reforms, and curtailing of welfare schemes to straighten out this mess. This is the stuff you never hear about from the Danish model crowd. The sharp tax hikes and spending also sparked a widespread popular revolt and led to the emergence of the tax protesters party, Fremskridtspartiet. Even though the party no longer exists, the widespread desire to cut taxes remain. It's worth noting that the welfare state originally began with government pension payments to the elderly. These social security-like payments are now in the process of being overtaken by private pension savings plans, the Danish equivalent to a 401k. That's right. In reality, Denmark is gradually moving away from US-style social security. It can't afford it. Denmark, the so-called socialist model, is returning the responsibility for retirement savings back to its citizens. And what about healthcare? Free, right? Nothing is free. Danes pay for their healthcare through their high taxes. Private healthcare insurance is available, however. It's becoming more and more popular as long wait times associated with government-run medical care becomes less and less popular. But in a welfare state, education is free, right? Well, that's another thing about free. It doesn't mean ideal. Almost 1 in 5 parents in Denmark chooses to send his or her children to private schools, paying part of the bill themselves. Yes, college is free, and even includes a living allowance. But there's a growing problem of getting students to graduate. Many wish to stay students and be supported by the state. One of those welfare state problems socialists don't like to talk about. And again, all this free stuff comes with a price. The average Dane pays 50% of his income in consumption and income taxes. That's right, I said 50%, while earning 15% less than the average American. After taxes, an average American has a 27% higher disposable income than a Dane. Don't get me wrong. Grey windows aside, Denmark has much to recommend it. It's just that being a socialist paradise isn't one of them. I'm Otto Brøns Petersen, economist for the Center of Political Studies in Copenhagen, Denmark, for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Today, many Americans don't like capitalism. Socialism would be better, they say. Not repressive Russian or Venezuelan socialism, but democratic socialism, like what's practiced in Scandinavia.
I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden.
Say, well, you want to be like Sweden? Kinda. Sounds pretty good.
People interviewed in this just-released PBS documentary say America should be more like Sweden.
It seems like it's like a place that, like, no problems or something.
It is a socialist economy.
Volvos and socialized medicine.
Volvo is now a Chinese company.
Welcome to Stockholm, Sweden. My name is Johan Norberg, and this is where I was born and raised.
Johan Norberg made this documentary because he wanted to set the record straight.
Sweden is not socialist because the government doesn't own the means of production. To see that, you have to go to Venezuela or to Cuba or North Korea. But we did have a period in the 1970s and 1980s when we had something that resembled socialism, a big government that taxed and spent heavily. And that's the period in Swedish history when our economy was going south.
So much so that even socialists complained about the high taxes.
Astrid Lindgren, who wrote the very popular children's books, Pippi Longstocking, for instance, she was a social democrat, but she had made a lot of money from her books. She found that she paid 102% in taxes.
She wrote this angry essay about a witch who was quite mean and vicious, but not at all as vicious as the Swedish tax authorities.
And yet, even though taxes were high, they did not bring in enough money to fund Sweden's welfare state.
There were waiting lines to get health care. People couldn't get the pension that they thought that they depended on for the future. At that point, the Swedish population just said, enough, we can't do this.
Sweden then reduced government's role. They cut public spending, privatized the national rail network, abolished certain government monopolies, eliminated inheritance taxes, and sold state-owned businesses like the maker of Absolute Vodka.
Lower taxes, reformed the pension system so that it wasn't unsustainable.
The results from the spending cuts and privatization?
This impoverished peasant nation developed into one of the world's richest countries.
All I hear is that Sweden is this socialist paradise.
We do have a bigger welfare state than the US, higher taxes than the US, but in other areas, when it comes to free markets, when it comes to competition, when it comes to free trade, Sweden is actually more free market.
That free market pays for Sweden's big welfare programs.
Today, our taxes pay for pensions. You call it social security. For 18-month paid parental leave, government-paid childcare for working families.
But
having the government manage all of these things didn't work well, so we had to manage it in another way.
They privatized.
We realized in Sweden that with these government monopolies, we don't get the innovation that we get when we have competition.
And this is particularly true for the school system.
Sweden switched to a school voucher system that lets parents pick their kids' school and forces schools to compete.
And one of the results that we've seen is not just that the private schools are better than the public ones, but even the public schools in the vicinity of private schools, they often improve because they have to.
Sweden's version of Social Security was going broke, so Sweden privatized that too. Privatized the pension system. That terrifies people.
And obviously that scares people, but when they realized that the alternative was that the whole pension system would collapse, they thought that this is much better than nothing.
Now, the bulk of pensions is really contribution defined.
So if things are going well for Sweden, pensions are increasing. But if things are going less well, pensions are automatically lowered, which basically takes away from politicians the ability to buy votes by just promising higher pensions and letting future generations pay.
And when it comes to taxes, what Sweden does may surprise you.
Low-income earners in Sweden pay a lot more than low-income earners in America. So despite the fact that Sweden looks like sort of a socialist country which taxes the rich exorbitantly high, the truth is the opposite.
People who earn below average income pay up to 60% in taxes.
This is the dirty little secret about the Swedish tax system. We don't take from the rich and give to the poor. We squeeze the poor because they are loyal taxpayers.
Not taking more from the rich. School choice, privatization. Sweden is anything but socialist.
You can't turn your backs to the to the creation of wealth.
You can watch the full documentary, Sweden, Lessons for America, at freetochoose.tv.
Many people believe that free market capitalism is selfish, even immoral. They say it's about greed, about hunger for money and power, that it helps the rich and hurts the poor. They're wrong. The free market is not only economically superior, it is morally superior to any other way of organizing economic behavior. Here's why. The free market calls for voluntary actions between individuals. There's no coercion. In a free market, if I want something from you, I have to do something for you. Let's say I mow your lawn, and you pay me $20. What does that $20 really mean? When I go to the grocer and say, I would like to have 4 pounds of steak, he in effect says to me, you want a lot of people to serve you. Ranchers, truckers, butchers, and packagers. All these people have to be paid. What did you do to serve your fellow man? Well, I say, I mowed my fellow man's lawn. And the grocer says, prove it. Then I offer him the $20. Think of the money that you've earned as a certificate of performance. It's proof that you've served your fellow man. People accuse the free market of not being moral because they say it's a zero-sum game, like poker, where if you win, it means that I have to lose. But the free market is not a zero-sum game. It is a positive-sum game. You do something good for me, such as give me that steak, and I'll do something good for you, give you $20. I'm better off because I value the steak more than I value the $20, and the grocer is better off because he valued the $20 more than he valued the steak. We both win. Ironically, it's the government, not the free market, that creates zero-sum games in our economy. If you use the government to get a food stamp, a farm subsidy, or a business bailout, you will benefit, but at the expense of your fellow citizens. Isn't it more moral to require that people serve their fellow man in order to have a claim on what he produces, rather than not serve others and still have a claim? But a lot of people ask, what about giant corporations? Don't they have too much power over our lives? Not in a free market, because in a free market, we, the people, decide the fate of companies who want our business. Free market capitalism will punish a corporation that does not satisfy customers or fails to use resources efficiently. Businesses, big and small, that wish to prosper are held accountable by the people who vote with their dollars. And again, it's the government that can undo this. Take the example of the American automobile industry. It was struggling to survive in 2009. Why? Because they were producing cars that did not please a sufficient number of their fellow men. In a free market, they would therefore have gone bankrupt. The market would have said, look, you're done. Sell your plant and equipment to somebody who can do a better job. But when Chrysler and General Motors failed, they went to Washington, D.C., and got the government to bail them out. The government bailout essentially meant to them, you don't have to be accountable to customers and stockholders. No matter how inferior your product is, and no matter how inefficient you are, we'll keep you in business by taking your fellow man's money. When the government interferes in this way, it takes the power away from the people and rewards companies that couldn't compete successfully in the marketplace. That may work out very well for politicians, big unions, and corporate officers, but it seldom does for the taxpayer. That's why a free market system can only work if there is limited government. Limited government means you and I decide which businesses survive. That's the America that our founding fathers envisioned. A limited government that has only a few specifically mentioned or enumerated powers that are listed in Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution. It's this brilliant limited government notion that produced the wealthiest nation in history. In a free market, the ambition and the voluntary effort of citizens, not the government, drives the economy. That is, people, to the best of their ability, shaping their own destiny. Sounds pretty moral to me. I'm Walter Williams of George Mason University for Prager University.
You love capitalism. Really, you do. And you can't stand big government. Really, you can't. Don't believe me? Then I'll just have to prove it to you. Do you use an iPhone, Android, MacBook, PC? Read on a Kindle? Watch TV and movies on Netflix? Videos on YouTube? Shop on Amazon? Listen to Spotify? Search on Google? Send money on Venmo? Grab a ride with Uber? Drive with Waze? Book a room with Airbnb? Are you on Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat? You probably use many, if not all of these things. And if you're like me, you love them. In today's world, they're practically necessities. Where do you think they came from? From entrepreneurs with great ideas and the freedom to test them in the marketplace. That is what is known as capitalism. Now consider some other things you probably use. Have you been to the DMV? Gone through airport security? Mailed a package at the post office? Called the IRS customer service line? Or called any government office for that matter? What's different? Why is going to the Apple Store so fun, but going to the DMV so painful? Because one has nothing to do with government, and one is the government. One needs to satisfy its customers to survive and grow. One doesn't. The purpose of government is not to create products, and we don't expect it to. But if you thought about it for a few moments, you'd realize you don't want the government involved in just about anything private business can do. That's because profit-motivated individuals have to work to please their customers. You, government agencies, don't have to please anyone. Call that IRS service line if you doubt me. Can you imagine if Steve Jobs had to seek government approval for every new design of the iPhone? We'd have been lucky to get to the iPhone 3G. Look at Uber. Just a few years ago, summoning a private driver in a few minutes who would take you where you wanted to go was truly a service available only to the wealthiest people. But now, thanks to capitalism, private rides are an affordable option for ordinary people all over the world. Until Uber came around, if it started to rain in, say, Manhattan, and you wanted to grab a cab, good luck. Too many rain-drenched people and too few cabs. Uber had a better idea. Rain falls, demand for rides spikes. Raise prices to incentivize more Uber drivers to hit the road. Ride in the rain problem solved. Airbnb is another example. Only a few years ago, if you were going on vacation with your friends or family, hotels were just about your only option. But hotels are expensive and often don't provide all that much in terms of space, amenities, or interesting neighborhoods. If you wanted to, say, find out if individual homeowners were making their homes or apartments available for a few nights, you'd have to scour internet postings. But then Airbnb came along, giving anyone with a computer or smartphone access to over 2 million homes in 190 countries. You can find places with hot tubs and pools, or if you're on a tighter budget, you can rent a room, or even just a couch. Government never could have done this. What motivation would it have? How would it even know we wanted services like Uber or Airbnb? We didn't know it until risk-taking entrepreneurs made it possible. Thanks to capitalism. And no thanks to government, which more often than not just gets in the way. Why? Because the government's knee-jerk reaction is to regulate and control everything it can regulate and control. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of many government agencies and all those bureaucrats? Cities across the world are putting up barriers to slow down or shut down services like Uber and Airbnb. Rulemaking may be the only area where the government shows creativity. Economic growth has the best chance of happening in the absence of that rulemaking. As economist Adam Thayer explains, the internet, to use just one important example, was able to develop in a regulatory climate that embraced what he calls permissionless innovation. This approach to regulating allows entrepreneurs to meet their customers' needs without first seeking government approval. In sum, almost everything you enjoy using is a product of capitalism. Almost everything you can't stand is a product of big government. So do you love capitalism? Of course you do. You practice it every day. It's time to preach it. I'm Jared Meyer of the Manhattan Institute for Prager University.
To keep our videos free, click here.